to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world, lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Just when I lift my mark into the stone.
브리온 파이팅!
브리온 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It is Wallace back at it again. Very glad, Wolf, that we came up with this beautiful combination name. It took us an entire day to figure it out, but we did get there in the end, and now we are ready to dive into the final day of the week and another game in round 2 here at the LCK.
Yeah, and it's the rematch between KT Rolster and Hanjin Brionne. The last time around.
You could say that about every match from now on, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And for some of them, including like Kesper Cup and LCK Cup, like, and
it's a few rematches to go.
There's a lot of matches that will happen a second time, but this one specifically, if you watched it last time around, you might be like, I don't think it did happen. KT was so one-sided in their last series that Bro didn't really stand a chance. They were pushed into their base early in both games and kind of couldn't get out. My waters are telling me I've got a vibe that's going on that feels like maybe this time it's going to be a little bit more interesting. Maybe Bro could strike back because they are in the upward swinging momentum, taking their second win here just very recently, whereas KT Rolster did get their momentum stopped by Hanwha Life Esports, and they are no longer possessing first place. Now, with a 2-0 win today, they would take it back, and that is what most people would expect today's result to be, and that's why kind of makes you worried for KT.
Yeah, exactly right. There is a lot that's sort of hinging on
this one. That's what I just said. You can't steal my points of the match. I just said like their streak was broken. And
I mean, it is here on our sheet what they were going to talk about, so it's a little bit on you for not looking at the sheet closely enough.
I clearly said it first.
You clearly did say it first. Yeah, and the Bros, I think, really on an upward trajectory. After their 2-0 victory over DNS, you might be like, well, I mean, they're last in the standings, so that doesn't mean anything. But they also brought T1 to the brink.
And maybe this is Gideon's younger brother, it looks like.
Oh, that's super cute.
That's cool.
All right, coming to watch his older brother be a professional esports athlete.
Please take my heart. With the heart drawing there.
Aw. Super duper cute.
I am looking forward to seeing what Gideon can do right now because I think he's very, very good. I think casting is underrated. And I recently did an interview I saw on X talking about what it's like to go from challengers, and basically every player is seeking happiness. Every player is doing it to be happy in hopes that every player is struggling in challengers and trying to make their way in, just doesn't lose sight of that, essentially is what he said.
Oh, that's really cute.
I thought that was very touching.
He's also been at it for a really long time, right?
And he's an ex-KT player himself.
Yep, exactly right. Was, of course, sitting behind Perfect for quite some time on both the main roster and on the Challengers roster for the last few years, and has since broken out and is now in sole possession of that top lane spot on Bro. And, you know, the crosses, like, you know, the relationship between these two teams doesn't stop there, with Effort also being a former Bro, spent a lot of time on the Bro Challengers squad, but also was here in the LCK as well, playing for the Bros. Him and Teddy have also been on T1 together. Like, it's kind of crazy how many crossovers there are. But it is going to be all about what they leave on the Rift. Was, of course, on T1 with Cuz as well, if you remember back in the day. So pretty cool that we do have so many crossovers here in the LCK. But I think you're right. I think your waters might be telling you something correct there, Wolf. Because what was being talked about a lot yesterday was the looming threat of finally having a 6-game day.
Yeah, it's about time.
It feels like it, doesn't it? I can feel it in the air.
I thought it was going to happen yesterday. I thought it was going to happen yesterday,
Me
so
too.
maybe it got pushed back a day. And KT Rolster, they're a team that has captured the hearts of many fans, and I think with their run to the finals, a lot of new fans have joined the pain and suffering of being a KT fan. But it's been a great time. Like, if you're a new KT fan, you're like, wow, I almost won Worlds, and now we were the best team in LCK. We lost to the team that's now holding that spot. We can get it back. We could definitely beat them in a new series. We could beat them in a best of 5. You've got that mindset. But if you're a new KT fan, I should warn you that there is always depression at the end. There is always sadness.
Yeah. What were we talking about? I think it might have been a discussion that we had during the last KT Bro series, because there was not a lot of discussion about the game. in that one, because that was basically said and done from the very beginning of walkouts in that series. There wasn't a whole lot to report back on, but we were talking about a series of unfortunate events, you know,
yes.
And it does just tend to always leave you sad at the end.
It does.
It's just kind of how it goes. Effort's not sad, though. He's pretty happy to be going back up against the Bros once again, and KT need to get back on the horse, and this might be a decent way to do it with a matchup on the eastern side of the bracket this time.
It is important to note that, you know, since Romer has rejoined this squad, he's had some pretty tough opponents, right? He faced off against Faker, and then he faced off against Closer, who was once a player who played behind Faker. He got 2 solo kills against Faker, got a lead over Closer, and now faces off against BDD in his 3rd matchup, Player of the Year for 2025. The Romer has been taking them in stride, and it does feel like he has completely shifted the narrative from what it looked like back in LCK Cup, where he was the one getting solo killed. He was the one finding himself in 20 CS deficits. It looked like the nerves were there after being the most dominant solo queue player we've seen in a while, just could not do it on stage. Something has changed. He is making the right steps forward. Casting is looking good. Gideon has been good all season.
Yep.
And Teddy has been the win con. So if you add all these things up, surely Bro could beat almost anybody on their best day, is what you have to believe. It's what Degon has written on his wall.
I mean, honestly, it's always been a thing for the Bros, though, right? They don't often win, but when they win, it could be against anyone. They've often, you know, just randomly taken games off Gen G when they're on ridiculous streaks. Like, these things happen, right? And we'll see whether it can happen here today as we get into Champion Select for game number 1. KT on our blue side, and Hunjin Brion choosing 2nd pick on the red side this time around. So we are hearkening back to years gone by where first pick is on the blue side and everything's just kind of normal, which is nice.
You can say R5 and it makes sense.
Yay! You always could, except it just meant different things.
R45.
Yeah.
A little different. I wouldn't be shocked if they ban Teddy's Ezreal. It's been such a good pick for him, even in losses, and they can first pick the Jarvan if they do that. Since they have first pick, they have that extra flexibility. They use that slot, though, for Nocturne instead, which I find a little bit surprising.
Yeah, I feel like they're looking for an Orianna first pick, because now, I mean, there is a fair bit still left up and available. A lot of those junglers that we look at.
I think you're right, because they're kind of trying to bait that trade and say, oh, well, there's no Nocturne, so maybe you'll be a little bit okay with it.
Or an Ezreal first pick might actually be a thing that they want.
That could be the case. I mean, it's a great pick for aiming. So the Rumble's gone, the Orionna's gone. The Karma also, of course, had to be removed. So Pantheon is also an option here, but that has really fallen in priority as of late. The Jarvan, the Xin are in much better standing. So it does feel like we're just going to get that very obvious Jarvan into Ezreal because they banned the Lucian instead. Well, Teddy's been a fantastic Lucian as well. You know, no shame there. I'm going to go for the Annie first pick with potentially the Lee Sin. And Gideon, you know, he has a pretty strong Lee Sin. I just did not expect this rotation.
If this was KTD+, I'd be like, oh yes, this is very normal. But this is not what I was expecting out of the Bros. And I think we've seen this combo come out quite a few times, not just with Showmaker and Lucid that really do like these two picks together. I feel like it must be winning some scrimbucks behind the scenes.
I got aiming on screen here, so it looks like I think they're discussing his pick rather than going for like an Aurora early here. They're going to go for the Caitlyn and try to get some lane dominance.
I wonder what the pairing is going to be. I assume they're going to lock it down, and Caitlyn Bard is pretty formidable.
Bard is really strong. Yeah,
Effort has had some ups and downs on this champion, but has certainly had some good moments as well.
With the new, I mean, I'm going to dub it the Ox principle for now because he's the one who talked about it a lot yesterday, where you get your top side locked up if you're on second pick in this situation. You're looking for a strong blind pick here because you can only get one half of your bottom duo if you lock it here. Like Teddy could get Ezreal right now, but then he's going to lose all the picks he wants. So we'll see what he does.
I actually kind of like this. Completely agree with what you're saying, except when it's the Bros and Teddy needs to win with a champion that can thrive in the mid game. Because if he's playing late game, the rest of his team just isn't able to build a strong enough bridge.
My issue is that you're now, if you were playing against any other bottom like scaling lane, if it was like a Lulu lane or something, maybe you could figure your way out of it, but it does really struggle when you're playing Ezreal with support. You know, range support ban's going to come through here for KT Rolster very likely into the Caitlyn Bard. Like, can you get out of that lane is the real question.
And I just don't know whether Ezreal with anything is going to be strong enough to actually battle this lane. One thing that's really funny, the Azir is now going to get banned away. BDD has not played Azir at all this season. It's kind of nuts. Of course, obviously was, our most sort of famous Azir player for quite some time, even though, of course, Faker is always there.
Surprised he doesn't, or they don't ban Aurora. That's been a very common pick into this Annie. And it is still possible that they ban it in this final spot here, but they'll take away the Rise instead. So 2 classic BDD picks, but the Aurora is looming. And the blind Jace was removed, even though Perfect is a great Yorick. I'm a little bit surprised by that as well here from the side of KT Rolster. Now, Nautilus and Leona were the 2 picks I thought maybe they just take away if they think, okay, well, they're just going to lose the lane and try to defend dives and then engage later. Which leaves Namgung with his favorites, right? His Pyke and his Elise. But
I think the Elise is really good here. I really like it.
It is so, though, feast or famine in this 2v2. Like, you either save the lane or you lose even harder than you would have otherwise. And now, Perfect is going to get his hands on this Renekton that Casting could have grabbed on that 3rd spot instead of the Ezreal, and it goes all the way through here. This draft for KT Rolster is so formidable in the mid game. And BDD looks like he wants to prefer a little bit of range here with this Mel pick, despite the nerfs, instead of going for the Aurora.
Yeah, now, pick of the litter here for casting. He can play the Vayne, which has been in vogue, but also the Gnar is up and available into the Renekton. We have seen Renektons find a little bit more success in the past, but this is some of the flavor that Zeus was bringing out. And he might just decide to go that way, but instead, back to the tried and true, and it will just be the Gnar. So probably should have stuck to our guns there.
I think that the Quinn is... there's too many all-in parts of this draft to try to pull that one out here. Like, if that goes poorly for some reason, and then your bottom lane is in shambles, and BDD is just scaling on Mel, then you're like, oh god, I picked Quinn and it's a disaster. I like the Gnar because it's a lot safer. Same with the Vayne. The Vayne's a little bit more flexible than the Quinn. The Quinn would definitely have gotten you out of the lane matchup, but could have had problems elsewhere.
You can also get out of the lane really quickly by turning into a bird.
That's true.
And by turning into a bird, I mean riding a bird. But I like to think that she transforms.
It kind of is like she turns into a bird, like it feels like.
Yeah, that's what the animation feels like, but it's not actually how that works even a little bit. Where is the Gandalf Quinn skin, by the way?
Yeah, where's the Birdman Quinn skin?
True.
Bird woman.
Would have been so good. There's so many possible opportunities.
I mean, Birdman Galio also should just be a thing, let's be honest.
Birdman Azir?
Yes.
Oh my
gosh. They kind of have Harvey Birdman. I feel like that skin was kind of inspired, right? All right, well, I think this draft for KT has a ton of power here. This draft for Hanjin Brion has some really risky parts, but if they work well, they can snowball this game.
Yeah, I actually really like the look of it from Hanjin Brion, but KT are very, very scary. Let's get onto the rift for game number 1. Really good point from Abusive Walnut in chat. Says, why didn't they just ride the Eagles into Noxus? It's like such a good point.
Oh my god, so true.
It would have just cut down so much writing time for Tolkien. I mean, for whoever's doing the lore at Riot.
I haven't heard that one in a while. That's a good one. Good job, Chad.
Oldie but a goodie. Thanks, mate. All right, here we are, onto the Rift, seeing whether BDD is going to have a good time into the Annie this time. I believe he's played the Mel into Annie before. Obviously, very hard to rebut a Tibbers, but he's got True Shot Barrages. There's a lot of things that you can get a fair bit of value with. Not to mention, you know, having to throw back a Cocoon or something like that. Like, there are a few things that you can rebut and have a pretty good time with. Also, the Pyroblast from the Annie. If he is actually going to be using that for the stun, then you can mitigate it very comfortably.
We have seen BDD do that very thing in this lane matchup already this tournament, so certainly well-versed at it. Rebuttal, it's funny, it was being discussed yesterday as well, in terms of its cooldown being nerfed to Oblivion, but it is still incredibly powerful. It's not what I really associate Mel with, but it can warp team fights and lanes as efforts get flashed on.
Yeah, there's the Flash Cocoon. Effort is just dead. There is nothing they can do about it, as Namgung continuing to go aggressive. We'll take a bit of damage back, but just gives a good old thumbs up, and that is a comfortable first blood here for Hanjin Brion, and this is what we were talking about. That's why the Elise is so good in this lane. How did that miss? Oh, barrier. I was going to say, like, what? Thank you very much, Wolf, for actually having eyes.
Well, I actually didn't see it, I just heard it in that moment, but this is Namgung's best pick. I just want to put that out there, like, career best. He is incredible at this pick, and, you know, early on in his career, he used it as a crutch sometimes, but I think in this draft, it works incredibly well, and his mastery of it is going to be potentially what gets them into a good spot in this lane. Teddy losing barrier there may come back to bite him later on, but still feeling great about the start in this lane. The kill was also picked up by Teddy and not Namgung. At least uses the gold well, but still, it's exactly where you want the money to be.
Yep. Having a look here, KT have been pretty successful in these champions. Surprising that Perfect doesn't have a winning record, given the fact that KT have just been winning all the time. I believe they're 16-4 as far as games are concerned. And so you'd expect that the numbers would be pretty good. On the bro side, though, looking pretty even outside of Gideon struggling a bit on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, when you have played 9 series and you got 6 games of Ezreal and with Fearless existing and bans existing and people knowing you're Teddy, it means you've got a proclivity to pick this champion. He was able to get it because they pushed it into that 3rd spot before the 2nd phase. Let's see if he can make use of this gold lead that he's picked up right now.
Gideon is currently without a scuttle, and Cuz is going to grab that double scuttle to start things off. We'll just be over on his Raptor camp is Gideon. And so not exactly winning is great. Snare comes through from BDD, but the stun is down with the Incinerate. Now you got a Magical Journey coming on over as Namgung may actually get challenged and punished for his First Blood Flash Cocoon into the trap, and down he will go, and Aiming is going to collect it with a Peacemaker.
Yeah, that was really nicely played there by Cuz, and they make sure that Aiming can secure the kill, which sometimes against Elise can be kind of annoying and tricky because of the repel, but they do lock that one down, and now all that lead is just gone. And the problem here is, I mean, you know that you don't have Scuttle, you don't have any vision, just too far up. Namgung wanted to continue to apply that pressure, and that's exactly what Cuz was counting on. And I think he probably was like, let's see what we can get here. Maybe we can get Teddy's flash or something like that. Namgung, knowing he doesn't have flash, makes him the prio target, and they got more than they bargained for there. Teddy was playing a lot safer than Namgung was in that moment, and so he escapes.
Yeah, it was really well done. And not having a minion wave to repel to is a little bit of a worry there for the Elise. And you kind of just have to play aggressively, right? So
Gideon is lurking. He may be able to set something up here if he can land a Sonic Wave.
Yeah, Perfect. Just wanting to heal off this wave, does so, and is playing pretty respectfully of casting, especially with that Naba starting to charge up. You can understand why. Things very even on that top side, but Gideon not exactly finding a lot of joy in that gank attempt, so we'll be falling behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's
just
crazy.
A little bit.
Like, he spent so much time there. You mentioned already he got double scuttled. He's massively behind in terms of his farm, as we do have level 6 here.
An unfortunate time to be teleporting back for Perfect there. Thankfully, he has some sustain in the kit.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He's got a potion as well, but nice little punish there from casting at least.
Yep.
But the gold advantage for Cuz is quite large. BDD has generated a pretty significant CS advantage here as well. And that bottom lead that you had feels completely washed away now with that kill onto Aiming. So for Hanjin, feeling a little frustrated probably.
Yeah, this was kind of what we were dealing with the last time KT and Bro faced off. And that was just not a lot of fighting back.
I do recall the last time BDD played Mel, he got like a triple kill on the first dragon fight.
He did do that.
I might have been against Bro, I can't remember.
It might have actually been Wolf. You might be onto something there.
But I hope it doesn't happen right now, because I do see Bro grouping up around this dragon. And maybe history will repeat itself, but hopefully not for their sake, as BDD is really layering the damage into this Annie right now.
I'm going to have a look just to see
I think
whether you were
worth
right.
Checking. As Bro are going to pull the dragon and not actually commit, so it won't be happening right now in this game at least.
Yeah, well, it was.
Okay, I had an instinct about that.
He went 5-0-7. It was Loki that time around, though, as the bear comes down. There's the flash in from Gideon, but doesn't manage to land anything else after it. And BDD will be able to walk it off. Still, did have to flash, and Roma still has his. That's going to be a big deal for some flash bears as this game goes on.
Perfect. Doing fine in this matchup as we jump up to it. But yeah, it is looking like with the attempt there from Bro to get that prio, and then because they couldn't hold it, they went for the mid gank. It didn't lead to anything, so they're just going to lose this dragon as a result, unfortunately for them. Gideon is a big grubs enjoyer, so maybe he can get that on the next pass here in 1 minute's time when they do spawn. But the first objective is KT's, and they are going to continue to push this lead in the bottom lane and start to pick up a plate here, possibly even two. It's a pretty big wave. I'm going to do some chipping to it at least. And
this is the problem. If you're not going forward with an Elise lane, you're just going backwards. It's kind of how it goes. As Effort does manage to get the nice little electrocute proc onto Teddy.
Electrocute Bard feels illegal. It's just so annoying.
Yeah. I feel like his trade pattern is just so perfect for Electrocute.
And Electrocute got buffed so many times. I think it's a big part of why Bard is so meta right now.
Oh, Dominus here popped towards the top side of the map as Casting taking a lot of damage. Perfect does need a few extra buttons, but look at those buffs to the Dominus, man. You can feel it, the power. But still not enough to lock down the kill or anything like that. Didn't have to invest a flash though, so Perfect feeling still fine about how things are going.
Yeah, Perfect reacted, or sorry, Casting reacted very well there. If Perfect gets an extra auto or two off there, has enough Fury for another W, he might have to flash in response to Perfect jumping on him. As Cuz is going to deny Gideon the grubs.
Oh no.
It's a sad day.
There is no Fury like Gideon being denied grubs. I think that's the quote.
Yeah. And also with Renekton, after he just pressed Q, doesn't have his ult up.
Yeah.
No Fury there either.
You do tend to lack Fury if you've pressed buttons on Renekton. That is a good point as well. I think that's also another really important quote. Is BDD going to get bad? And it's just par for the course. It's just how you're supposed to do it. Gideon down here towards his bottom side. There is no one else here. KT have just decided to call it a day when it comes to defending bottom lane. And Gideon is going to be spotted on these Krugs. Able to get a camp back is actually kind of a big deal because Gideon was falling behind and is actually now finding himself parity alongside Cuz, even though Cuz does have the assist, so that's really nice.
End up finding a really nice window there to punish. Effort not able to do anything to deny. And I don't even think it looked for a Q there because he wanted to have it in case of a fight. Trying to get the mini Krugs would have been risky, not worth it. Gonna go over here now though that his jungler is back and set up some deep vision. Namgung is going to come over here to challenge with Gideon, and so we'll see if aiming is forced to respond or not, as I believe he got a second plate.
They might have to do some face checking here as well, which could be a bit of a problem, but the magical journey comes down from Effort, and Namgung should be able to make his way towards the lane and help Teddy out here. But I mean, there's 2 plates left in the bottom lane out of turret.
Third one there, so a lot of money for this Caitlyn. And unfortunately, Namgung, he tried to go for the cocoon play, but it was very obvious with how Effort was moving that he was 100% ready for it. He used the magical journey to dodge it through that fat wall, which is quite common. As Perfect as he's a mid laner now.
Yep, the roaming Renekton and BDD, he's got this. Down goes Roma. Oh, it just feels so bad, doesn't it? When you just know you're dead, and you still flash.
BDD waited for that auto. He's like, do I need to press ult? I think I might just get him with this auto. And then he's like, oh, I guess I'll press R.
I guess I'll press it. So BDD on the way to 5-0-7, which was what his last scoreline was against the Bros on the Mel. But who really suspects the ganking Renekton?
Hey, Perfect does this a lot on Renekton. And sometimes when you have a lead as Renekton, you have so much agency to go around the map, even if it takes you a really long time. He didn't even have a lead in this game, but was able to sneak down there. And now he's the target of a potential dive.
Yeah, Flash Wallop is going to connect, and that's going to land the Q for Gideon. And down will go the Crocodile. The immediate punishment does come in, and we are 2 apiece on the kills. Bros have had some answers here in this game so far.
Yeah, definitely a huge win. Getting this Gnar online means that he's going to be able to side lane.
So, how dead is Roma?
Well, BDD doesn't have his R button this time.
Yeah,
but his passive will do the trick.
I was going to say, I don't think it matters.
It's very satisfying if you are the Mel when you hit that auto into the threshold, and you're just like, and you explode now.
Yep.
It's like an Elder buff, kind of thing. If you're the other one on the other side, you're like, I lived! And then the game is like, you died.
Yep. Somewhere Smolder's like, come on, man, I can do that too, kind of.
I mean, there's a lot of executes in the game that work like this, but Mel's is the most you're dead, and I'm waving my finger at you, and you die.
It feels a bit more idiot-proof.
Yeah,
I do like it.
Like when Pyke ults you, he jumps into the air and slams down on you,
and your screen goes wacky.
Just sticks her pinky out, and then you die.
And saying that while there is this like really cute cup of like it's supposed to be a cup of cocoa. I know this is the carrier skin, so it's a little bit different, but that's what it's supposed to be. Really does make that whole vibe feel better. As Gideon does take a bit of damage here from BDD, who's just throwing Qs around. Now that that has all the points in it, it is just really hurting.
Yeah, it hurts a lot. He has Ludens as well. That's adding all that extra burst damage. And he went for early Merc Treads defensively so that when Annie drops Tibbers, it doesn't really hurt him, which you could feel earlier. It looks like Gideon's going to get this Dragon, which is nice.
And Cuz was almost there in time, but did not quite make it. There's the flash in from Namgung. Does manage to find the Coon, and that is another very dead Bard.
Yeah, I believe that control ward was placed by him as he was dying, so they read that really well as Gideon.
Yeah, just going to get engaged on here by Cuz. Wanting to defend some vision. Does get put in a spider web.
Now,
always reminds me of Mexna from Nax Ramus.
Oh, yeah.
Web wraps, man. Very frustrating.
I forgot about that.
It was also very annoying because no one ever got you out of the web wraps when you were in pugs, you know? Oh, good.
No one had Mikhail's?
No one had Mikhail's. It was really frustrating.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
Well, the dragon they pick up is a strong individual elemental dragon.
Oh? BDD looks for a bit of an angle here and just finds the ulti. Down he will go.
Another pinky wave. You hate it.
Yeah. All of the frustration that everyone feels from solo queue is just continuing here as do we get a trap down in time? That is the question. Peacemaker comes through. Aiming is a little bit low, but Teddy will still get electrocuted. Not going to be enough to get the kill because Aiming wasn't able to get a snap trap down in time. But still, this is so much pressure.
Yeah, and Cuz is here.
Yeah, and I'm still going to go in. That is a magical journey taken, but Cuz makes his way down like you say. Cleanse from Aiming comes in. Cataclysm goes down. BDD's also here. Doesn't have the ulti, so Teddy's at least able to get himself out. And there goes the Bard once more. Cuz is also dead, but I've seen this movie before. The BDD kills everyone movie, and it's like it's a rerun. We don't need a rerun.
Yeah.
I want a sequel, man.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. There were a lot of kills. Oh, okay. That's a good win.
Okay.
That's a good win.
Teddy's the one aiming today.
We're on the pro side, you know, and everybody was clapping real loud. That's a nice kill to be picked up there, but I don't know how much it changes the state of the giant Mel that is a huge problem in this game, but Kill Bill was pretty good, but Kill Bro, man, it's coming up quick. I think Kill Bro 2 is pretty good.
Kill Bro Volume 2.
Can't wait for Kill Bro 3. I mean, Teddy's trying to get that movie canceled, though.
Yeah, as far as sequels are concerned, it was pretty good. You know, I felt like it had big shoes to fill. As this was, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just forget the Mel is huge, and then you die. So down here, it's a pretty hectic and scrappy setup. Effort tries to go in here, does not actually get the follow-up stun onto Teddy. I think that's a huge part of this, and like you mentioned, there's no trap here. And then Namgung wants to extend the play. It's going to be a really long replay, so forgive us if we jump out of it, but Gideon comes over here too, and they're like, okay, we have to make something of this. We have to force this. And if BDD doesn't come over here, there's a real angle where they could actually try to outplay. Look, Gideon avoids the Cataclysm. But
almost, yeah.
BDD, by the way, almost kills Teddy before he even gets to True Shot Barrage, which is the only thing they get back in this moment. Aiming also picks up this kill instead of BDD, flashes the spider.
Teddy
got ult.
Check out the tracking, like, where is he? I'm going to say that he's this one. I'm going to kill this one instead. That's all right. We've got a bit of a team fight here as two members of KT are already dead. Not entirely sure how or why or what, but there it is. BDD's rebuttal was on cooldown. He's actually back up in 5 seconds' time. Yeah, we might need another replay. The old out of a replay into a replay.
Yeah, I was kind of hinting this might happen, but it is what it is. We got to see Teddy's cool True Shot Barrage aiming there onto his counterpart in aiming. As lost the jungler, so I'm guessing KT had a bit of a shaky setup, tried to hold Herald and had to drop it. And Cuz died on his escape is what I kind of predict, but we really just don't know. Yep. Herald does go over to Brion, who pick up a 1.3 thousand gold lead. Teddy is online. Gideon is huge, and suddenly those waters I had earlier today are starting to feel a little bit more real. And no, it's just a contest here for the start of this. Tempered Fate not going to necessarily do much here as, Cuz gets kicked, and then he dies. Effort gets the auto before he gets over the wall, so he dies, and they're just dead right before the fight really
The setup for Bro was just so much better.
Yeah, they didn't get to fight the way they wanted as casting.
Yeah, Cuz going to come down, layers the CC very nicely as that Ruthless Predator comes through. Casting is able to flash out of the Cataclysm though. That's very nicely done. And now Cuz needs to try and escape, and Namgung's going to come on over, lights the Renekton on fire, and down goes the Jarvan. And even though BDD is massively fed and might be able to kill Roamer as he teleports his way in, there's the flash over from Perfect, but he's going to die as well. And maybe not as worth as you might have expected, as aiming put some traps down and will have to back away as Gideon looks to just steal away a red buff as well. I mean, the Bros are just winning.
Yeah, no, they are winning. They have tons of control, and that casting is putting a ton of damage into this turret. Another wave is going to come down, and without an answer, he will get that last plate. So BDD has to stick around even though he's a little bit hurt, doesn't have his ultimate. I think he will be able to defend this, but it means he's not here to defend the Herald drop in mid. Gideon actually can avoid this as well. He uses it expecting the Tempered Fate to come out and denies the charge deny and then crash into a wall.
Yeah,
but it was really cool initially, you know?
Yeah, the theory was kind of cool, but it's still just like a little bit awkward. As now Teddy really wishes that Shelly would, do that whole headbutt thing, but she just doesn't want to.
Yeah, it didn't even proc the flux.
Oh dear. If that had have landed, True Shot Barrage is not going to land, as aiming just very, very close to being dead.
Yeah, a little bit less of a Giga angle this time around from Teddy, but still is able to get the job done with his turret. And Gideon is coming over here now to look for a potential flanking kick onto Perfect. Roamer.
Who's flanking who? I feel like we've got multiple flanks happening right now.
I don't know if this is a good idea for Bro necessarily.
Yeah, he does have dominance. He's going to pop it, but he's still taking a lot of damage. Needs to get that Q off. Does do so, and also clears out the entire wave. So dominance is going to be enough. And Gideon almost dies to the turret. So not exactly the dive that they were looking for, but no harm, no foul.
They still get the turret.
Get the turret, exactly.
And now on the top side, let's see if they can defend the cross map as Casting's up here. And send himself right after that swap with Roamer. Looks like they're not going to go for anything further. So, Bro, you get to hold on to the 3,000 gold lead. Now, a lot of this money is on Gideon right now. And so that's often a really good thing for your Lee Sin, but it also means there's a big shutdown to be potentially had if he overextends. And also, Lee Sin is not... He normally does the kick to start the fight off where he's really mobile, but often just cannot actually use his gold as well as another carry could have. So if this gold was on Casting, for example, you'd feel a lot better. But he's only 1,000 gold behind Gideon's lead right now as he is coming in. Speaking of Gideon...
Yeah, BDD just trying to stand his ground and do as much damage back as he can. Cuz and Effort are going to show up as there is the Tempered Fate. Namgung just goes up into the sky and we'll be able to avoid everything. So the Bros just putting on a lot of pressure and not really getting punished.
Yeah, they aren't getting punished. They aren't getting insane value yet necessarily either. But the lead that Teddy has, you can really feel it. He is going to explode through some of these next team fights, especially with Gideon being as big as he is. Like, he can also just kind of absorb a ton of the pressure and allow Teddy to carry. And Roamer being 0-4 is not necessarily about him not doing anything, because he's still Annie. He can still set up stuns. It's just that BDD is huge. So you need to try to kill BDD and aiming somehow very carefully if you're Gideon. But if this game is anything to go by so far, I think he's got a pretty solid shot of leveraging this lead here and killing those really big carry threats. Obviously, aiming not as big as BDD right now, but will be later on.
I think this is very winnable for the Bros.
I think so. Like, I want to say, like, we've had so many games with our East side and potentially later on a Will Be Rise group, but we can't call them that yet, teams where they have a lead like this and they can't hold it. Bro have been so much better recently, and this lead, especially with where it is on Teddy, feels very playable, feels very winnable. Like, yeah. I want to trust it.
And it's like they've really worked out their win conditions in this composition as well. I mean, this game does get more difficult as the game goes on, right? Getting on top of aiming becomes harder and harder, and he does way more and more damage as, 3-4 items comes in, 4 optimally on the Caitlyn. And Teddy will continue just to be very, very frightening, but Namgung is going to be more and more of a paperweight as the game goes on. And so that will be more difficult. Gideon becomes one kick in the later stages of the game. Yeah, obviously, that can be game-winning still, but it is a little bit more difficult to play out a lot of those team fights later on in the game. But the way they're playing in this mid-game is really beautifully done. And that's what we were talking about, right? Like, I really did like KT's Lucian ban for Teddy, just because Lucian is such a great bridging champion towards the later stage of the game, and Teddy is very, very good at playing aggressively around that timing. And Ezreal is also one of those, and probably Teddy's best champion right now.
One of the cool things about how Bro operate as a team is if Teddy's on a scaling champion, you're like, yes, that's great. If Teddy's on an aggressive champion, he's really good at that, but Bro are super good at the early mid-game. So it just links together really well no matter what Teddy is playing. And so this draft, I mean, they are getting value out of this Ezreal pick. And because Namgung, helped out a little bit early, but also they won those early scraps, like, it doesn't matter that they laned into Caitlyn at all. The end result is Teddy is 1.3 thousand gold ahead. The risk paid off. I'll see how they play this mid-game out, because the Elise also just becomes later on a very free kill if things do not go your way, if you lose control over the map or the game. So at any moment in time, this could go wrong for Bro quickly. It really is only just a matter of one single team fight, and this lead falls apart. But let's see how they pilot this next Dragon fight. They have no prio, but it's still 30 seconds before the Dragon spawns. They can play it slow, as Perfect will not. He's going to TP behind enemy lines here.
Yeah, Romer is waiting for him, though, so this could be a scary moment. Big old teleport comes in thanks to the quest, and so he is able to get himself out of there. Teddy, Arcane Shift, very, very nice. Avoids the Tempered Fate. Trying to hit an Ezreal with that ability is a tough one if you haven't tracked the cooldowns. Cuz going to get cocooned, but is able to flag, drag, and then take a magical journey to get himself out of there. But still, you can see the Bros just pressure them out of the river. There's 8 seconds until Soul Point is available for the Bros, and it looks like they might just be able to take it.
Bro have really just figured out how to know when to be incredibly aggressive and when to slow play, which is always their biggest issue in my mind this season so far, is they were either too much in one direction, which is why BDD ended up getting that triple kill last time around on that early Dragon. They're like, we're going in here now! And they sent it, and they lost the game. But in this situation, they didn't have prio, but they slow played, punished the Renekton teleport, grouped, poked with Teddy's Ezreal, and get control. And BDD tried to offer some poke back, but just wasn't enough. And they end up getting Soul Point here with this Chemtech Dragon.
It's really nice. Rapid Fire Cannon is done here for aiming, though, so pretty scary is the Caitlyn, or beginning to be. The Hex Optics and Infinity Edge already done as well. Perfect just doing his very best to be relevant. And this is, the side of the KT composition that isn't necessarily as strong, is a Renekton that has fallen behind, is not going to be quite as dangerous as the Flag and Drag. Going to get interrupted here by Namgung, just avoiding the flag right there, as we can see. Effort missing a button or two there onto Gideon at the same time. And so the Bros just able to throw out so much, like, unpunishable attempted engage. And that is not going to be one of those options, as Cuz needs to get himself out of there. Does have the Mikhails from Effort to help him do so, but now his health bar is very, very low. Great snare, going to connect onto Gideon, but he safeguards to get out of the way of most of the queue.
It's a lot of damage onto this Lee Sin. And Namgung wants to stop some backs here. If he is successful and they try to back again, I mean, there might even have been a Baron angle there, but Gideon took so much damage that they're not going to opt for it. It's 24 minutes into this game. The Ezreal is on 3 items, but that win in that trade alone was not enough to say, all right, well, that's Baron for us. But they definitely can threaten the idea of it, which KT was being very respectful around and grouping towards, because we are at a game state now where Bro can make those decisive calls and KT need to be able to respond. They are going to respond and take this turret out, though, for free.
Yeah, it's taking a lot of damage. They are taking a lot of damage from BDD just afterwards as well. As Casting looking for a bit of an angle, but Perfect is going to spot him while he takes these Raptors. Cuz might be in an odd spot here, but avoids a whole bunch of the buttons as Casting still has that Nabar at a really nice position. And the Bros are just, they're playing with so much more confidence.
Yeah, no,
that's what it feels
crazy.
like. They just, I know you were saying that, like, they know what to do here and there, but it's also the pizzazz, It's the gusto, the mojo that they're wielding here in this game. As I say that, Perfect is just going to get gnawed back towards Teddy and needs to get himself the heck out of there. BDD with a Shadow Flame now, though. That's scary.
I think Casting gave Perfect a pretty good look at his mojo there. Perfect wanted to make an aggressive play in response.
He was like Dr. Evil on the moon, where he holds up the vial that has the mojo in it. That was the thing, right?
And then Perfect, instead of saying, that's my mojo, was like, that's your mojo.
Yeah. Man, I really wish we had the cinematic version instead of this top-down version. It would have been very, very cool to have that.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get it when we, go to the Mad movie or something like that.
When is there going to be, like, they've got, Mike Myers can still do it. They have to make a 4th Austin Powers movie. I've been waiting for it since I was 12 years old.
Yeah, me too.
Well, maybe we've passed the timing.
A lot of them were really good. I remember when Goldmember came out, I was like, oh, this isn't as good, but it was still great. There have been so many way worse sequels since, as Romer is going to have to flash. Tempered Fate is going to go wide there as well, but the Cataclysm comes down, and the Annie explodes.
Yeah, she's dead, and can they get something here on the other side into this Renekton? I mean, I think they can get the turret, but probably not anything else. Now, BDD has to make the call. He's going to make the call to back. I was like, you could just try to trade this 1-for-1 inner turret. Namgoong?
Flash Cocoon is going to get flashed there by Effort. Effort was on a magical journey.
He certainly was. BDD does back. They lose the inner turret. They don't get anything in exchange for it. So Bro is still continuing to hold that tempo lead. Is Perfect doesn't know what's there.
All right, he is going to press the Dominus button in time, but the True Shot Barrage comes down. It's a big old shield. BDD comes on over to protect him, and that is going to be enough to convince the Bros to leave. And yeah, if I saw that melt, I would also do the same thing.
Well, Perfect is playing with some gusto this game, let's just say. Did you see him turn around and be like, I think I get that ward? Roamer here, unfortunately, has just run into too many members of KT Rolster, and he is very far behind. He does a lot of good movement.
Exactly. He clicked in the right places, and then, unfortunately, the level wasn't beatable.
Yes.
You know?
Just kind of ran into the wall there. You reached the boundary.
Yeah.
But, you know, Bro, they got the inner turret. They weren't punished for that. 40 seconds time, if they slow play towards this dragon, they should be able to get Chemtech Soul, which is, it's not the best for their composition, but it's pretty good for Gnar, because he can get all those resistances while he's trying to set up a cool mega angle. It's great for Lee Sin, who's fed. You know, fed Lee Sin, who has GA, is like, yes, I love Chemtech Soul.
It should work. But also, it would be phenomenal for KT as well if they can start stacking them up. Obviously, they've got a lot further to go. They are going to look to deny it from the Bros, though, as that's a great cocoon onto Effort. Spiderlings are so good at frustrating a Bard at the same time. I feel like this matchup for Namgoong has been working out very well. It's casting on a decent flank angle here. Mini little magical journey does get KT out, but they do need to be standing their ground, right?
I mean, right now, the poke needs to be landing for BDD. Otherwise, Teddy's just going to do too much because he's landing his true shot, speaking of.
Yeah, aiming takes a lot of damage there as BDD gets the repel out of Namgoong, but this dragon the entire time is being taken down, and Teddy is hitting every single Mystic shot.
He's so annoying to deal with as KT, and they're just going to have to give this up.
They're going to dive on top of casting here. There's the Fate's call to lock down the Gnar as Namgoong coming on in, they just pressure them out, and the Drake is taken, the Soul is Bros, and there is no answer from KT. Gideon just explodes the Bard. And there are just sad Bard noises with no response from KT as they look to just try and get back to their base safely. It's just not looking like it's possible. They're flashing all over the place.
BDD cannot offer enough damage back here, and this might just be a Baron take. There's pings towards his. Teddy goes in.
Yeah, he is an absolute monster as BDD looks to try and tag him. Man, only needed to land a little bit onto Teddy, and he may have died.
I think if he presses one more Q onto Teddy, he can kill him there. But Teddy knows it, man. He's calculated. He's hitting all these shots. But what you don't see in this replay is all the shots he hit before this as well. I mean, everyone is so incredibly low. And trying to collapse onto casting here means there's no Tempered Fate, so Bro have full reign to just push them away completely here as Teddy continues to land poke. Gideon goes in here, gets the execution onto the Bard.
I don't know whether he needed to like flash kick him in the head, but it did feel satisfying. Just feel like he could have pressed E and he'd probably also die.
Yeah, probably a little unnecessary, but ultimately, flashy points. Like he's trying to compete with Teddy for a potential POM. Like he's got to do what he's got to do.
He's certainly got to put in some work, as he does have 3 extra kills, 9 out of 11 as far as kill participation as well. It's been a great game for Gideon despite the slow start. As casting continuing to split push here towards his bottom side, exactly what Gnar wants to do at this stage of the game. It has a level advantage as well.
Okay, Gideon's in trouble.
Oh dear, maybe not the POM this time around. Does go down to his GA as Teddy seeing whether he can defend his jungler, but that is just going to be a deadly sin. And Baron is on the map, ladies and gentlemen.
Is risky.
Oh, God. Well, that is a massive Tibbers from Roma. As he shows up, he dies immediately afterwards. But aiming now needs to try and kite casting away, and he does so. Lands the headshot, and then just gets Arcane shifted to death from Teddy, who's trying to employ Baron to help them out of there. It's only Namgoong and Teddy left alive, but they killed Cuz, and that saves the Baron.
All right, so what I was going to say right before that fight is, right before Gideon gets caught is, this gold lead hasn't changed. It's been 3,000 this entire time. We are 30 minutes into the game, so it means less and less, but at this point, if you make a single mistake, your comp is starting to fall off. Now, we have to go back to live because Perfect may be caught himself.
Yep, he's trying to turn this one onto Teddy, slices and dices, but when you're, this range, you're just going to die. Teddy picks the angle beautifully. Nowhere for the Crocodile to go. And Perfect just some opportunistic play trying to farm a side lane.
Yeah, it was a great punish from Hanj and Brion, though, because they had so many members still coming back, and they were still able to confidently find that Renekton that was being a little bit greedy there and get the punish. And this is a great play from Nangung. Like, he and Teddy are super mind-linked right now, and they're on the same page saying, all right, I think Perfect's going to come up here after this wave. He's going to greed a little bit. Let's go for this. And Perfect plays it well. But like you mentioned, there's just no space here. This wall is just a little too fat, so the true shot angle is perfect. If you go up, you die. If you go down, you die.
Well, that is a very high-value Scrying Bloom, as Nangung is going to spot them. They spot Nangung back, but
Look at Gideon. He's on a bit of an angle here.
that's a bit of a mission. Looking to try and get on top of aiming. He picks the angle. The kick doesn't get him over the wall, but Nangung still turns up, and the Fate's Call isn't able to save the Caitlyn. It's a double kill as the bottom lane just gets wiped out by Teddy. 8-0-4. I mean, he's a legend here in the LCK anyway, but he's now legendary in this game.
Hey, this is a huge, potentially game-winning flank from Gideon. He just goes in, he knows where aiming is able to find that pocket of vision, has control vision there, gets behind him, and even though he doesn't get the kick over the wall, it does not matter. The follow-up is there.
It's so much CC as well when you get a Dragon Rage kick into a wall like this.
I mean, he sees the angle and he just starts yelling. He's like, get over here. Because he found him, he got the prize. And then he immediately calls to go to Baron because he knows that is all it takes. An opportunistic play like that, yeah, they're 3,000 gold behind, but he knows that this lead is somewhat fleeting. If they end up losing any fights, they don't want to give up their tempo at all because it's so required to keep this at least relevant, to keep this Lee Sin relevant. And they find that kill, they get the Baron, and that might have been the death knells of KT here if they cannot actually win a fight on Elder in 90 seconds time with no prio, very likely because of said Baron. Chemtech Soul also still relevant here, and Teddy is just so huge.
He is an absolute monster here in this game. I do have a feeling that it's not like completely over because, it's not Hextech Soul or anything like that. But you can see Teddy is just doing so much damage, so close to full build on this Ezreal, as a rebuttal is going to do a lot of damage back to Teddy. Nicely pressed there, BDD.
He's like, that's a longer cooldown than my ultimate, though.
Yeah, exactly. As this is the problem, Perfect is absolutely a handbag at this stage of the game. Teleport in from the Annie, looking for that flank as Cuz looks to get on top of Teddy. Arcane shifts out of the way and just looks to murder the Jarvan, then immediately gets past him, but it's Gideon that goes down first. The jungle trade is going to be there as aiming able to get out of the Tibbers. That is insane. Teddy's going to get taken down by BDD, but BDD's going to die for the first time here in this game in trade for Teddy. And the Bros, they have enough left in the tank as aiming has just opted out of this team fight entirely and will be able to get back home.
Yeah, he's going to get away. And 20 seconds till Elder. I think Bro have done it. I think this game is completely in their hands now. As initially in this fight, like, Teddy is in danger, right? Like, we're framing the bottom side of this fight because we don't watch it as much in live, but Teddy actually is able to kite back here. And aiming's heroics, by the way, are what saved this for KT. He goes in here, is able to get away from Tibbers, but also layer just enough damage in there so that Teddy goes down as Namgung is trying desperately to peel. They end up killing Perfect, obviously, but aiming getting that kill means the game doesn't end straight up, but as I mentioned before, they have so much control over Elder right now. The respawn coming through from Teddy here. He's going to rush over. And KT are going to have to challenge. Now, BDD does not have teleport, but he's going to run over here as fast as he can. Perfect does have teleport. He's going to have to try to buy time. Fate's Call, or Tempered Fate, sorry, is going to be such a huge
I think
tool
I
here.
said Fate's Call like a couple of times. I was tempting fate with just bad names. I apologize, everyone.
Maybe I infected you.
No, I don't
Maybe
think
you
it
did
was
to
you. I
me.
think I infected you. I think it was. I'm gonna take responsibility for that one.
But, like, I feel like Bro didn't start this up quickly enough, and now it's suddenly just straight up a 5v5 fight with 4.6 thousand gold. The lead is the only difference maker here. This is just straight up going to be the game-deciding fight.
Yep, sometimes you just got to flip for an Elder, ladies and gentlemen. As aiming is down relatively low, they're looking for casting as Roma. He gets the bear down and lands it on top of the Jarvan. They get rid of the jungler before anything can really happen. And Perfect is in the backline, but there is no follow-up. Everyone else is getting zoned. And BDD is getting turned on by casting, has to flash to get out of the way of the Gnar, but it does at least survive. And Perfect does the same thing, but he has no teleport. And they can just go back to the Baron effort. Oh no, just dead once again. A Mystic shot from Teddy, just doing so much of his health bar.
It's so hard to do Baron while BDD is alive with ult, though. He did not ult casting because he knew he probably didn't have enough damage there. They are still just going to do this.
There's no
Elder,
vision.
though.
There's nothing that they can do about this. They will be able to scry it, but I just don't know whether they can get in there to stop it. And so KT, they just allow the Bros to take the Elder.
It's on all of them.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like as KT, this is such a statement to not contest there because like you said, it's almost impossible. They had no vision. But I feel like as BDD, you kind of just had to walk up and send it. As talking about this fight briefly, they spent so much on casting, and he just absorbs it while Romer layers tons of damage, and then Teddy just does not miss. Avoids this snare from BDD and waits carefully for his opportunity to come in there when casting goes forward. That's when he's like, okay, it's safe to go over the wall. He just takes effort out effortlessly when effort re-engages in this fight. And BDD is just not able to get close enough to land any poke. Like, BDD does so much damage if he can land it, but it's just too risky to walk up. But BDD and KT making a statement that they think they can defend against this Elder by not contesting. They think that's a greater chance of victory with the wave clear this Mel has. See if they're right, because Bro are looking to end this game right now.
Yeah, they should definitely be able to take this inhibitor in the mid lane. Nothing they can do to stop that. But KT, let's see how good the defense is going to be. 1 minute until the Baron, which is obviously much better for getting a shove in and sieging.
It's pretty easy to apply Elder when you're Ezreal and you don't miss. So it's pretty broken here for Bro.
Imagine if it was a
Look at his damage!
Yeah, he's done a lot of damage.
My God, I knew it was high, but he might double BDD if this keeps up.
That's over 1,000 DPM. True Barrage. I mean, I'm starting to feel like if that tags anyone, they might just die. As Effort especially seems pretty susceptible.
And they can use this Elder. Now, they're not going to go for a dive. You know, it's really tough with Gnar and the timing of that to actually go in and just end the game right now, even with this inhibitor down. But they can use this Elder buff to get the Baron. Yep. And then go again, where the Baron could be a little bit more easy to end the game with because it's going to give you so much more siege, even with the Mel clearing those waves, the Caitlyn clearing the waves pretty decently as well.
You remember the stat that we had about average game time?
Yeah. Yeah.
The Bros really living up to it.
Yeah, well, they kind of, it dropped a little bit in their last series against Kium, so they're trying to get it back to where it was.
You want to know something funny? It didn't actually drop.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the average in that series was still above 34 minutes.
I just, in my mind, I was like, yeah, nah, they did a good job, right?
No. Even then, with a pretty clean 2-0.
Let's see if that poke can land from BDD.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage is going to come back. Does a lot of damage to Teddy, as we can see here, as Perfect wants to get in. Arcane Shift gets Teddy out of there. So no flash Ruthless Predator from Perfect to lock down the Ezreal. As the Bros back onto the Baron once again. And this Vision War is just something that the Bros have a stranglehold on right now.
Gideon's holding this Baron aggro, but I don't know if he really should.
Has just been here this whole time. They do manage to clear it out as the Scry's Bloom does come back up.
Gideon's taking way too much damage. They're going to have to stop hitting this Baron.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage onto Perfect is going to soften him up as well. There's a lot of snap traps there in that Banana Brush. But this ward also high value for the Bros as Teddy taking matters into his own hands. Fakes the call, gets the flash out of Teddy.
They got the Tempered Fate. That's crazy.
That is a big deal.
I mean, Teddy's just like, I kill you if you don't use this.
Is casting also like, I kill you? Is Perfect might have
The base, by the way, has super minions on the Nexus turrets. Someone has to answer for this, and the Baron is just going to go over. You have to think.
I think KT know that they have to try and contest this. As the Cocoon lands onto a Spiderling, Roma throws a bear down on top of Cuz. They just need to deny any steal attempt, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Casting gets a Gnar into the wall. BDD taken out before he can do anything, and Effort goes down once again. It's a double for Teddy. It should be a triple after this GA comes back up. As aiming, nothing he can do by himself. That's 420 gold over to Gideon just to spend after that. Nexus explodes as Casting and Perfect just kind of doing exactly what they've been doing this entire game, hitting each other with buttons. True Shot Barrage is going to take down that GA. Teddy just does not miss here today, man. He is having such an extraordinary game. Him and Gideon, man, I think they've just together had one of their best games of their careers at the same time. And now, it's absolutely terrifying.
They are 1 win away from dethroning KT here. I mean, KT cannot... I'm going to check the standings again. I think they need 2-0, right? To get first place. They cannot get it anymore after this series. And
because they were tied with Hummel Life Esports at the beginning of the round. And then Hummel went 3 games against T1, but still managed to win. KT would need to win this series if they want to tie up that top spot.
This game was so cathartic to me because I've been saying all year long, especially this season, that Gideon is so good, right? That Bro are so good if they can actually put the pieces together, if they can play well. There's a lot of comfort in this draft, but it was a risky draft that they trusted that their players individually would have the talent to pull off. Teddy, by the way, yeah, he's like 51,000 damage. Namgung's laning phase, yes, he made the one mistake there, but still allowed the tempo to keep going when he was making big roam plays, catching perfect in the top lane. He's a great Elise player. Gideon on Lee Sin, kind of an unsung hero.
Namgung almost did as much as like the biggest damage dealers on KT.
And BDD, yes, he outdamages Roamer a lot, but he just wasn't able to do damage that Amel should at a 40-minute game because he just wasn't allowed to. He wasn't able to get any ins. He couldn't land any of that poke. Bro, with a phenomenal start to this series.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be a big bounce back here for KT. Obviously, draft is a big factor. None of these champions are going to be picked again. We'll just have to see what they're going to pivot to as we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space going to break down that bro win, and then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you soon.
아, 앞에 그냥 막자 이거.
내가 살게 이거 그냥.
아, 때리다 나갈게.
온다.
그러면 보자 이거.
먹자.
아, 먹어.
먹었어?
그냥 잘만 때릴게.
오케이.
아래 봐줘. 아래. 에베. 아래. 캐트.
아, 자, 캐트. 헤드 노스펠.
아, 봐줘.
보자. 끝내자. 믿어. 왜 끝났어?
킬만.
나이스.
우리가 더 잘하는 것 같아. 그 너무 그런 것 같아. 미드 라인 찍히는 거.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello and welcome to The Space. We're here after game number 1 where Bro were able to take down KT Rolster. It is just one game, but a great comeback in the early game leads to Bro eventually winning in a long drawn-out one in very nice Bro and Brew fashion, actually accompanied by a decent amount of action though. So Bro, pretty good stuff from them to start off.
I mean, this was a humongous upset game over KT, who have been massively powerful throughout this season, and interestingly, Degon isn't here today.
What does it mean?
A Bro more powerful without Degon here?
Is he holding them back?
He might be
I think
holding
he
them back
is.
because I have to. I'm sorry to say this, he didn't predict them today. So
Today was the day for sure, huh?
yeah, I think maybe he's just not a true fan, and that's why they're limited when he's here. So I'm glad, Brendan, you're here today to help power them up.
Well, it's the least I could do. We do have to talk about this draft, which at first I actually wasn't a huge fan of the Brion draft, but they do go for this Annie and Lee Sin once again, which has been finding some success recently.
Yeah, I think with Lee Sin, a big metric whether it's going to succeed is you have setup in the lanes, and I think this Elise Annie, even though we haven't seen a ton of Elise recently, it gives you that setup, the CC, so you can find those consistent engages. And even though we really saw the Annie struggle and get pressured a lot in the mid lane, BDD kind of feasted on Roamer in this one, we saw the link up of the Elise and the Lee Sin really snowball heavily in this game. I think as well the Bard, we've talked a lot about his rotund hitbox. It's very easy to hit a lot of these skill shots like the Cocoon, like the Sonic Wave, and it just makes it difficult to freely roam about as you'd like to on this pick.
Yeah, I mean, Bro was also hovering the Queen on the last, and I was like, oh, please no. And then they finally, thankfully, picked the Gnar, and even though he wasn't able to actually pressure from the early on, it was really helpful. Like after level 9, after level 10, like after get the boots and the tabbies on, like it's easier to put the pressures on because they want to pressure bottom as much as they can with the Ezreal, especially the Elise. And it is really hard to open up from the bottom, just make sure able to move from Elise. But you know, they did it themselves because they stole lane kills. That helps a lot from the drift.
Yeah, definitely very good stuff. We do have to talk about the moment where Bro kind of took over the game here at the Herald fight into a bot play, a couple of plays in succession that lead to them taking the lead.
Yeah, I really like how Gideon plays this. He kind of baits Cuz in by disengaging after he goes forward, and then the CC comes down for the rest of the team, the snap engage response, and it's such a quick takeout of the jungle support of KT.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing Caitlyn Bard, and the Caitlyn wasn't not even there, and the Cuz actually just went in so fast. And even this one, I think they're not just actually just counting the number correctly, I'll say, because it's like they're completely the opposite side of the map. The play has to be real quick, otherwise you're gonna get punished like right away. And the TP could have been a little bit better. He didn't have to be using TP, but being ends up just 1-for-1. So still, just get the money from for the Brion. It just helps a lot for the middle of the game.
And I think ultimately Cuz has been such a star for KT last year and this year, and it was crazy seeing Gideon kind of just styling him in this game, really dismantle him in a lot of these skirmishes as well.
Yeah, Gideon's Lee Sin was deadly, and we do have to take a look at one play in particular from Gideon where he really decided this game was going to be over. My favorite, the Mega Engage Cone, comes in from Gideon.
This was just so smooth. You know, going for a confident play like this in a game which was pretty hectic, and he finds this great angle which allows Teddy to clean up the bot lane. Teddy on the Ezreal, who had also just been phenomenal throughout this. Gideon was on fire this game, and the confidence in game one to bring out this Lee Sin and just completely take over it and really snowball to a point where Teddy's Ezreal could just consistently pump damage. This is Bro at its best.
I mean, it's really clean play there. It's just like it really deserved to actually, we can just say, like, you don't just carry along. Like, even Teddy played really clean, but I think it opens up the, like, they haven't got the Barons yet. The Elder hasn't spawned. So I think it was really important stuff there, actually making the play and then making sure they can actually keep the lead there.
It's so important to look at teams and their forms on the week, right? KT taking a big loss to HLE and Bro taking a big win against DNS. And they come into this match and Bro just looked like the better team tonight. But let's see what happens in Game 2 as we head back to the casters for this one.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, we are here ready for a second game in this series, seeing whether the Bros can bring it home with a 2-0 over the team that was clearly in first place for so much of round one, and now looking to try and just bring them down a peg.
It was an incredible draft for Bro. Like, again, Valdez mentioned didn't necessarily love it at first, but it was incredibly risky. Like, if a few things went wrong, I mean, it did go wrong, right? Like, Namgung did die to that early gank from Cuz. Then the draft just falls flat. Obviously, Roamer had a really tough time. He was 0-4 in the early game, but still did his job. And the composition revolved around the two main characters, who were Gideon, who set everything up, and Teddy, who just did not miss. And it's just wild how a team can be so trusting of their players, and against, well, until very recently, clearly our best team here in the LCK, and pull it off, get the win. I'm now recomposed to go into Game 2. I came into today feeling like the momentum was so there for Bro that my mind's eye saw them winning this series, and now I'm seeing it in reality potentially. But like you mentioned right before we went to break, none of those champions are available here for Bro this time around. Let's see what they decide to do with this Game 2 draft.
Yeah, and I think that it's actually going to be a big test here for KT. They kind of colossally failed against HLE to kind of bounce back after a loss, and they've continued to fail to do so, right? Having lost 3 games in a row so far in this week alone, with the end of round 1 and now the beginning of round 2. This should have theoretically been the way to put KT back on the rails once again. But maybe we're just careening from the sky and gravity is beginning to once again take hold of KT Rolster. But we'll just have to see, because we are into the champion select for game number 2. And already Rumble and the Varus going to be taken away. Nocturne, Karma, Orianna, and Lucian were the bans in game number 1. And second pick this time will belong to KT Rolster. So we'll see what they're going to use that for. And what that means as far as which bans are going to be coming through, right? Like, will the Orianna be given over? Is the Nocturne still going to be such high priority? And the Lucian ban, I feel, is the big flex here for KT.
I think they will probably wield it again, as they'll also ban away the Nocturne. Now, the Orianna could go into Roamer's hands because they have first pick this time, but the Karma is gone, the Varus is gone. We'll see what this final ban ends up being here. One of the picks that's still left available that's incredibly strong is Xin. With the Jarvan was taken away by Fearless, obviously, and with a priority we saw on Lee Sin, that still remains up there. Pantheon also still strong, but again, dropped in prio a lot over the last week.
Yeah, I do feel like if you're going to play the Pantheon, you do really need to go very hard in the early game, as, another Lucian ban. The Lucian Melio has been flavor of the month, or flavor of the week, at least. And so maybe that is what they're targeting here with that particular ban.
It did simplify
teaming.
Yeah, it did simplify the Orianna ban here for KT Rolster, since they banned the Lucian themselves. So that made that very easy. Although it kind of feels like the Nocturne ban isn't as strong now. Lulu Yunara could just be what you want to go for here. Obviously, in first pick, you don't have to lock that right away. The other option would have been the Ashe Seraphine lane. They get the Ashe first pick. Let's see if KT Rolster can muster up a Seraphine pick away here. We've seen a few different ones that have found success. Kind of feel like KT are the type of team that would rather just go head-to-head rather than try to get half to just deny.
Yeah, I feel like a Xin Zhao Lulu, though, would feel really good. That being said, sometimes you do just want to try and deny the powerful bottom lane that you do see.
Everett's a very good Seraphine.
Yep. And so it certainly does make some sense, but I do want to see something that actually does synergize well with it.
I think you gotta go for the Xin here because it works well with the Seraphine.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's the strongest jungler on the patch. They're taking the Jhin instead. I feel like you didn't really have to do this, which makes me feel like Cuz has something in mind here, something a little bit unusual. Maybe he's expecting they take Xin, he's going to take Trundle, which is a Cuz favorite, but I would have rather just see the Xin and you get Jin on 3, as the Lulu is going to go over here.
The good old Ashe Lulu.
And now they can get Lulu Xin and feel very good about it, and also build around this draft with other picks that are empowered by Lulu as well in the top lane.
Well, Xin Zhao is a no-brainer. But
so is it just Trundle?
Yeah, is it Trundle? Is it something more fun, like a Kha'Zix, for example? That could be something.
I feel like Kha'Zix doesn't work as well with the Seraphine. One of the picks that worked really well with Seraphine in the past was the Mundo, but it's completely fallen out of favor. So I don't think that's going to be what Cuz has in mind. The Trundle...
What's a favorite of Cuz's, though?
Yeah, the Trundle feels like it's just too obvious here, and I think they have something else in mind. Wukong does do well here, but it does not do well early.
Yeah, that's what I'm a little bit worried about. Obviously, Seraphine Jin will be able to hold their own regardless. But the level of safety isn't there quite as much as even the Seraphine Ashe, just because you do have Volley to slow down anyone that does want to try and come in and attack you. So I think the Gideon is going to have a field day in the early stages of this game.
I'm a little bit, I don't want to say worried, but cautiously like focused on what Roamer is going to pick here, because this is where things can get a little bit weird with this draft into the Wukong, and you have Seraphine Jin. If you end up losing lane as Roamer here, your draft can fall apart completely, because you're going to need more damage threat than just this Ashe in a draft like this with the Lulu. The Anivia is taken away by BDD. You'll see if he takes anything else away. Like he could ban Akali, and then go for the Azir first, because they have first pick priority next. That could also be banned in response to the Akali, so we'll see what they do.
Yeah, the last time around it was the Ryze Azir banned away by the Bros. The Ambessa.
Ambessa is incredibly good with Lulu, and it was one I was thinking about in this draft, but I know we don't love Ambessa here right now, and the win rate is not great, but I do think it's great for what Hanj and Brianna have put together, so a wise ban. It also makes it a little bit less face-up what BDD is trying to do here.
Yeah, I think we need BDD on something that's going to scale massively and do a lot of damage. I think that's what they're going to require, as the Vayne will be taken away. Is it just a Scion angle here for the Bros?
They're going to look for the Ahri pick here, as... I mean, you can play Akali, you can play also the Sylas into Ahri. And with the Vayne ban, you can also go Jace if you feel confident you can win against Perfect's Yorick. As Aurora was not really one I considered here, just because...
I feel like Ahri has an okay matchup into the Aurora.
Yeah, and also Roamer doesn't strike me as the type of player who would be able to handle the difficulty of Aurora in this draft. I think something like this, Akali, makes a lot more sense for his playstyle, and he's already had such a great start here with his re-debut on it, but he goes over to what's a little bit more meta here on the Aurora. Win rate not that great. We've seen most of our top players find the success that our middle teams have not. And the Yorick was always going to come through if that Jace came through, and we knew the Jace was coming as soon as we saw that ban of the Vayne.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of a mistake, the blind Jace into the available Yorick, because I feel like Yorick can teamfight in a composition like this that has so much extra utility to allow him to lumber up to you and hit you with a shovel.
Yeah,
right?
He was like, in game one, he was like, well, with a Bard pick, I'm just going to ban the Jace. I don't want to deal with that. You know, I don't want to play Yorick in this comp. But in this game, he was like, you can have it. I'm taking away the Ambessa, which is much more empowered by Lulu. We have the Seraphine. We have the Wukong. This composition for KT Rolster is so incredibly sticky. If you hit somebody with the Wukong ultimate, BD's ulting in. He's charming you. Yorick is there setting up a wall, making it difficult to move around as Ashe and do that kiting that she's so good at.
Yeah, and with the fact that they have double Cyclones every team fight and Encore flying through, like, I mean, aiming doesn't even need to do very much aiming. Let's just say that. Like, the curtain call will just kind of land on people in this game. So I have a feeling that this one might feel a little bit better for KT Rolster, but we'll just have to see, because so much about what made today so special for the Bros is their performance on the Rift, not necessarily Coach Song's performance in the draft, right? These players are just firing on all cylinders right now. And KT, we haven't seen them recover ever since their loss to Harmwell Life Esports. Let's get onto the Rift for Game 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the second game of the series. Already, Roma paying some attention towards this bottom lane as Effort getting a lot of value. The Dancing Grenade also working out there, but they get the heal. That is going to feel great.
It is a very powerful level 1 with Ashe Lulu, even into the Seraphine. Try to find an angle there, but ultimately Roamer will kind of be the one who ends up losing out because he will not be able to get the advantage early on in this lane. And BDD wants to try to trade Electrocute. Ooh!
Nicely done by Roamer. And Roamer is also, you know, not going to miss any CS or anything like that, so he is just fine. BDD does get the shove, like you were talking about, but not going to be quite as valuable as if he had managed to get an experience lead.
Yeah, if he was able to also deny, like if the Q missed there, then, you know, he can do a lot more, but because it hits, that's the end of that. The heal being gone in the bottom lane is impactful. It will make it a little bit easier for Teddy and Namgung. See what they can try to do here in return.
Yeah, aiming does land a fourth shot, but it's a really nice shield from Namgung there. As Effort, yeah, this his Seraphine is pretty annoying.
He's very good at this pick. I believe it was even his debut pick when he started here in the LCK for 2026. At least he played it in the series for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
He played 2 Enchanters, I think it was Seraphine and the Lulu.
Was the time where the Ashe Seraphine was certainly having a bit of a moment as well here in the LCK, so it would be absolutely no surprise. As Perfect is going to be taking a lot of damage here, but obviously the early levels are not when you really pick this Yorick for.
Roamer, by the way, insane pressure in the mid lane. This is his first time playing this champ this season. And he is really starting off flying on, or firing on all cylinders. As you can see, BDD has not lost a game on this Ahri pick just yet, but he's losing lane right now.
Oh, there's the beat drop on to Namgung here as well. He's taking so much damage. They needed one more auto or anything.
I'm surprised
get the flash out.
Aiming didn't flash for that because he had his 4th shot ready. This does not decide to go for it. They don't have any vision in the jungle, which makes it a little bit more, makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, Gideon making his way in. The flash follow immediately. There is the wind becomes lightning to take down the Seraphine. And the flash was not enough to get Effort to safety, and that is first blood going over to Gideon. And also, still Namgung gets an assist, still Teddy gets an assist for that moment as well. And it did feel like it was all the Xin Zhao, so going to be really important for the Bro bottom lane.
Absolutely. Again, I don't have hard confirmation that was Gideon's brother in the audience, but if it is, I'm sure he's proud, and if it's not, I'm sure he's very happy.
I think he's proud anyway, no matter whether they're related or not.
Yeah.
I think it's just been a pretty good day for Gideon here today.
BDD misses the charm here.
Foxfire doing a fair bit of work, but Roamer hitting all the buttons as Effort making his way over. The Seraphine gank is not exactly the most terrifying, but he's still going to look for the angle here. As BDD, level 4, still looking for it, as down to about 100 health, and Roamer is just outplaying 2 people in this mid lane right now. Charm just barely missing, and BDD having a bit of a rough time here in this lane.
Yeah, flash trade. And they both already teleported, so Roamer's really loving this exchange, as well as the fact that Effort wasn't in bottom lane, so the bottom lane is a lot more stable now. And they got the assist gold you already talked about, and Bro are winning everywhere at this moment in time. And I think the reason why Roamer played so safe there was because BDD was not selling the idea of Seraphine coming up very well at all. After he missed his charm and Roamer had weirding, he just kept taking damage to the face repeatedly, and I think Roamer was like, okay, well, there's something up.
Yeah, something weird is happening here. Deadly Flourish going to connect that onto Teddy, but Effort is once again looking a little worse for wear. It's now Cuz's turn. Try and get something done. This Wukong, hard farming at the moment, has made it to level 5, but is a long way from that Cyclone. And Perfect just having to farm with his E over and over again.
Yeah, this is the early parts of this matchup go for the Yorick, so pretty par for the course. But casting is putting that pressure on. Both mid laners are flashless. And one of these 2 junglers pre-6 can make a little bit of a stronger impact than the other. As Cuz is kind of here just hanging out defensively, whereas Gideon's clearing Raptors and he's actually a real threat. BDD is going to keep this wave pretty close to his turret for now. Say that. Comes over and starts clearing it. This is a very volatile matchup to where if one of these 2 champions gets ahead, it becomes very difficult for the other one to actually properly play the game because of the electrocute procs you can get. BD is not going to get the 6 advantage.
Oh. This is looking a little frightening as Cuz moving on down, seeing whether he can stop Gideon from taking this dragon. And Gideon just going to give this one up for now. There's the beat drop. Will connect. Deadly Flourish comes down as well as Cuz gets into Nimbus strike range. The immediate polymorph is good, but Gideon should still be going down. It's Effort that gets some revenge, but now Roma comes over to take down aiming. Can they destroy the Ashe? They are going to be able to do so. And now Namgung just doing his best to try and escape, but BDD, he's got another charge of that Spirit Rush, and this is a very dead Lulu. Effort, in fact, just kind of killing everyone in that last exchange.
Pretty game-saving this fight here around Dragon. This is what KT have been most known for this season, his first Dragon skirmishes. And BDD is 1 minion away from level 6, but he doesn't have it. And so because of this, Roamer's like, all right, I think we can win this fight. I want you guys to keep pushing it. I think this feels like a Roamer call, because like, as soon as I get there with my ult, we clean up house. And he destroys aiming, who doesn't even flash in this exchange. But then BDD with the kill, gets level 6, gets the chase down here. And too much damage was done before Roamer got there is the real problem. If he was there the whole time, I don't think KT even opted in there, but it was a little bit slow to arrive. And so KT, with a big swing back of gold, even the game up quite significantly. Unfortunately for them, the kill went over to Effort there in the end, so he has 2 kills to his name, and the lead isn't necessarily where they really wanted it.
Yeah, I mean, Seraphine getting fed, it's probably not the worst thing. You know, you get your Hellier early, and I feel like you do just get a whole lot more done.
And critically, KT didn't get the Dragon, but now Cuz has level 6, so they should be able to get it.
Yeah, beat-drop comes down there, but Teddy not going to be too worried about any sort of follow-up. Great glitter lance from Namgung, but still, does feel like this KT bottom lane is having an all-right time. I do still dislike Jhin. I do want to tell everyone that I'm still not a huge fan, but it is better than it was in the past.
Yeah, in terms of items picked up too right now, I mean, Teddy has Greaves, which are so good for him. And yes, Swifties are very good for Jhin, but not going to be as powerful in these 2v2s. So really tough for aiming to kind of fight his way out of this one.
Yeah. Well, Casting now dealing with a wave crashing towards him. Perfect has kind of evened things up after the difficult early game. This is kind of the time where the Yorick starts to feel better. Obviously, the Trinity Force is going to feel the best, but just even getting some plated steel caps going to allow you to stand your ground a little bit more, getting a few points into your abilities.
And still the Dragon has not gone over. They lost control of the bottom 2v2, and Cuz was down there, but he was like, this is too risky, and he decides to go for the full clear instead.
And now, all of a sudden, after that little skirmish, BDD is in full control of this lane. We know that he has fully taken over games on the Ahri, but the early laning phase has been something that BDD's also been phenomenal at. But this game, Roma really had his number. Just feels like it may have shifted almost artificially, right, with that bottom skirmish.
When you get the last chapter, I mean, Ahri is so reliant on having Mana to constantly trade and proc electrocutes. It gets a little bit easier.
Gideon Grubs?
Gideon Grubs, indeed. At least he wants one.
Gideon Grub. It's just Gideon Grub today.
It's okay. He'll take 1 grub over 0 grubs any day.
He absolutely will. It's all right. Teddy just trying to hold down the fort here in this bottom lane. He's taking a lot of damage. That beat drop also hurting.
BDD has not teleported. Okay, hold up.
Oh dear. The curtains have been called. Namgung is going to try and tank it here for Teddy, but might need to sacrifice a whole bunch of his health bar, and there it is. Great beat drop there to make sure that last shot is going to land. The Q really does hurt low health targets, doesn't it? Maybe it's not Effort's fault that he steals all the kills. His Deadly Flourish is barely not able to stop the back of the Lulu.
BD didn't teleport until just now. I thought there was an angle potentially with BD getting pushed in to where they could have baited Teddy to chase there with Gideon coming over and the BDD like teleports behind or something like that with that control ward in the rush. But he just heads right back to lane, and we don't see Gideon commit to the fight. So they just end up getting that push through, and the reset comes over. And the game is still incredibly close right now. You know, we look at this Yorick getting a little bit more formidable, as you can see here in the lane now.
Yeah, you need to land your E's, and he did. And so Casting's going to lose out on that trade. Dealing with all of these ghouls is just kind of annoying. And so Perfect pretty happy with how things are going right now, despite the 500 gold deficit. And Ghoulie War coming on through here, as Perfect is actually looking for even more. Does go to the skies, but was almost close to the skies in a different way.
Yeah, he's going to be able to hit that crystalline overgrowth, and Perfect should be able to pick up some extra gold here to even out this matchup a little bit more as BDD and Roamer are battling.
Yeah, really nice sidestep there from BDD, as he is just going to be able to keep shoving these waves in. Teddy
Perfect
for an angle here, as Effort is going to miss the beat drop. There's a Deadly Flourish to stop Teddy from doing more, but still, Teddy is just kind of on fire today.
He really is. He kind of has been like his whole career, you know, he hasn't had too many missteps. Like sometimes it feels like Teddy's success should be measured by who he's playing with, but he has just looked great today, as you say, and you know, Perfect starting to turn that top matchup a little bit, but isn't able to get the kill there. As okay, constant action here in this bottom lane. Finally, that dragon is going to get taken.
Perhaps.
Maybe.
Because there is a blast going to bring Cuz on in here. Finds a Cyclone, but he's a little bit alone. A lot alone. As now the Encore is going to catch Gideon, but the Crescent Guard is so good. BDD completely is just not able to do anything, and Effort is also going to be dying in this fight. Roma, now very low. Namgung as well. And BDD, oh man, he really wants to press R and try and find some sort of angle here, as there is the charm. And now he's out of buttons. And the flash in from Roma is immediately going to get a flash response from BDD.
There's nothing, like the only thing that play from BDD reeks of is desperation. Like he was nowhere near the damage to kill Namgung there and almost lost his life for the attempt. Has to flash away. Incredibly strange there, but you could feel his frustration.
Oh no, Cuz!
Yeah, Cuz he just sent it.
But he also sent BDD the wrong direction.
Yeah. BDD does get over the wall here ultimately, but cannot do enough damage because, like you said, he barely has enough mana to ult back over the wall. And then Namgung kind of chases him, and then he gets baited. And finally, KT, after losing the fight, will get this dragon.
This happens so many times where you just have this weird fight that you kind of lose, but then you do get a better position after a reset, and then you still manage to take down the objective. So
you get your health full faster, and you run to the dragon.
Yep. Oh no! Perfect! Protect her! No, it's not going to happen. Casting is going to kill the Maiden, and so Perfect is just going to be feeling sad. Still, 500 gold is the lead between the top laners, so that has not changed. As Namgung is fighting aiming, he does have one more bullet left in the chamber, but now he's reloading as he runs away.
There's no Cyclone, so this isn't even really necessarily a bait, but Effort doesn't have ult either. Like, I don't know if they can get anything out of this, but they're going to try.
Yeah. Namgung is going to be on vision. There is that last bullet, as aiming just looks to try and take this Lulu down. Namgung can...
Teddy has arrow?
There's 1 second on the Wild Growth as well. He will be able to use it to interrupt Cuz as he makes his way in. The arrow will connect as Cuz looks to try and kill Teddy here. Down goes Effort, and now Teddy wants to kill aiming as well. Another Cyclone comes in. Barrier not going to be enough to save the save the Ashe, and it is Cuz that locks down that kill. But now Gideon, he's smelling a double kill here. They do get some buttons back, as there is the Warrior Trickster. That sidestep. Thanks, Swifties.
Amazing sidestep there from aiming. Like you mentioned, the Swifties playing a huge role in his escape there. And KT punched back in a big way. It was so close to backfiring, though. Cuz is forced to flash. Gideon is there almost in time to get two. See, initially here, I was like, okay, well, Effort doesn't have ult. Cuz doesn't have ult. Let's see if this can work. But not only does he hit the final shot here on the Namgung, but he also helps clear these minions so they can actually set up for a dive a little bit faster so Teddy can't rejoin. And now those ults are coming back up, so it's really tough for Teddy to get here. But he does have arrow, right? And he holds it very patiently and looks for the hit here onto the Jhin to deny a lot of that damage. Aiming does not pick up turret aggro, though.
Yeah.
So ultimately, it does not work out. But a cool play from Teddy nonetheless. They get the flash out of Cuz, and then here... You know, it's aiming just barely escaping as Gideon wants to get on top of this Jhin and get the double. As you can see, Cuz is trying to actually buy space, and unfortunately for Gideon, he ends up getting neither of them as a result.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Fleet footwork actually doing a fair bit there for aiming on top of those Swifties. As now we have the top laners parking themselves here in this bottom lane. Looking to try and grab some more plate money where they can find it. Perfect, I think, did manage to at least purchase his first item. There it is. The Trinity Force is now done for him and Cuz. As Roma and BDD on this top side. It's this 1v1. It's still working out okay for Roma.
Yeah.
Because BDD in the earlier stages obviously did get a very large gold lead. Roma hasn't been too perturbed.
I mean, the dash cannon gives you so much health that it's hard for BDD to really threaten kills. Cuz coming in.
Yeah, Cuz can definitely threaten some kills, but the Wild Growth is going to keep Teddy alive. Still the siege is on. Thumbs up there from Namgung is going to say, good work pressing your R button, as Gideon looking to go in, wants to try and just kill Effort here, and he might just be able to do so. No flash available, and he is just dead.
Okay, well, he finds the angle there. It wasn't exactly the angle I think he expected off the Blast Cone, but gets on top of the Seraphine nonetheless. An Effort does not flash away and dies It's his 4th death of the game. Had a lot of deaths early on in the previous game as well on the Bard. Having a bit of a tough one here. As we see KT considering a contest of this Herald, BDD does have his ult, and he does have control of that top wave. He's going to have to get here real quick. Here's the TP from Yorick as well.
Yep. And the TP is going to follow there from casting. That will be the Herald secured by the Bros as Gideon into the Ghoulie wall, but will he survive? That is the question. Oh my goodness, he will, as there's the curtain call. Sidestep's going to be required. Teddy saves his jungler. The rest of KT, though, looking for more as Roma is in a lot of trouble. That was almost another snipe from Effort to try and grab a kill, and there's the beat drop. Deadly Flourish to follow. Perfect having to flash out of the way and aiming just dead to Teddy. Cuz puts him down immediately as they trade 80 carries, but it's a double kill for this Wukong. 100% kill contribution, and Cuz is a monster right now.
He is huge at this point in time. This is bopping Teddy there. Now, I think the reason why Bro commits so heavily to this fight, including the Aurora ult here, is because they know there's no Cyclone. If there's Cyclone in so many moments in this fight, KT just smash it. They kill everyone. But the ultimate there from Effort doesn't land, and these health bars are so incredibly low here for KT as they continue to chase. Roamer, look at this, like he goes down to basically 1 health. They finally get him. Casting gets caught here, they spent everything, but then Perfect has to flash away because he's like, that's just too much damage. He gets away, Teddy gets the kill, and Cuz finally gets that shutdown. But man, Gideon and Teddy, I'm no closer to knowing who's really going to pick up POM if they end up winning this game.
Yeah,
because
no,
they're
I
both
have no idea.
having an insane series together. We should just give it to both of them and make an exception.
I'm feeling like right now, I'm feeling Gideon, but we aren't at the point in the game where Teddy really is able to thrive. Still wanting to put together his 2nd item, aiming doing the same thing. And then on 3, I feel like both of these champions do scale relatively similarly, as BDD having to use his ulti to get out of the way of casting. Still finds a nice little electrocute proc, but it's not quite doing enough. And casting just comes on over and destroys that turret. That will be turret number 1 going over to the Bros. And Drake going to be secured by KT. Infernal Soul this game. That is very high value for both of these teams.
Yeah, it's huge. Right now, it's 2 dragons for KT, though, so the double dragon feels incredibly high value for them, but we always talk about this with Infernal. If you're on the other side and you get tempo advantage and you start stacking a lot of them, that is also incredibly powerful, too. KT still have 2 formidable elemental drakes already, but it's more about the soul. And it just doesn't feel like KT have any tempo vibes, right? Because they have no control over the map. They have not been able to make proactive plays. A lot of their wins have been reactionary or punishes of what Bro were trying to do. But this Ahri is 400 gold ahead, but it just doesn't feel that way, right? It doesn't feel like BD is threatening picks all the time, and he's very carefully like staying back in the side lane. He's not threatening turrets. He will eventually, if given enough time here, and some shadow from Cuz, as you can see in the jungle on his flank, might allow him to grab this turret. He's going to have his ult and TP as well, so Breon need to be careful about going into their own jungle right now. There's a lot of threats. Now, as you can see, being very careful about this vision that he's setting up here, but it doesn't look like it's going to amount to that dive I was potentially alluding to there.
Yeah, not just yet. This Jace is also very, very large, largely because of plates that he's managed to take all over the place. I'm going to have to hold that thought. Now I'm going able to turn Cuz into a critter for a moment. Still a bit of a scary, scary time as Cuz is just so big.
Teddy also leaving the lane here. There's so much power for KT right now, and they're looking for that moment I was talking about with BDD that we haven't seen just yet, where he's actually threatening a big charm angle. Almost feels like Bro are teasing them, though. They know they're there, and they know they cannot spring the trap, and that top turret's still alive. BDD is going to go back and try to push that wave in. Bro handling this pressure so incredibly well, so defensively, so slowly. Even Namgung's warning, you could see he was like, okay, this is risky. Let's play slow. Let's push up. Let's not get caught by them. We know they're there, but let's play around it. Casting going to get caught.
Yeah, Ghoulie comes in, does have that W, just to make sure that he destroys it as quickly as possible. It is going to work out, but you can see in the 1v1, Perfect is actually starting to get ahead, even if he is 1.3k gold behind. That is just kind of the nature of this matchup. And KT with a 100 gold lead. This game could not be closer.
Really couldn't.
I swear. Do you know what's crazy about this stage? As we do have a little bit of a charm from the brush from BDD. We're going to try and push Roamer away here as he does ult to try and escape. Obviously, the Ahri should be able to follow here, but decides not to.
He wants
the arrow sails by, connects onto the Yorick. as Casting, distracted by getting that 50 gold from the Maiden, does manage to do that. Perfect is therefore able to escape.
I don't know if did Gideon clear ward there? I don't know if they saw him, but they want this top turret, and Cuz is going to send it. Like, he's going up here, they're checking the vision. That trade from BDD allows him to push this aggressively as Roamer had to leave, and I think they will actually get the turret in exchange here, so pretty big win for KT Rolster. This was definitely their game plan. Gideon wanted to set up something with that arrow on the other side, but it just does not pan out. Perfect gets away for free. It's just going to head straight back down to the bottom lane. We'll miss a minion or two, but doesn't even TP, so he's still got that big summoner for an upcoming team fight here.
Yeah, I feel like Casting just got a whole lot stronger, though. Gets the transformation immediately as he puts his Manamune together.
You can really see Atlas in the lead here from BDD's just side laning alone. Like, he has a ton of extra farm. He has that turret now. So important for him that he couldn't get the big win in a skirmish, but he's basically forced the goal into his hands through side laning, and now he has a lead that actually allows us Ahri to be very relevant.
Very scary in this game as they're looking to grab another turret here. BDD looks for the charm. We don't quite get it as Aiming taking a lot of damage. Teddy standing his ground, though. As we were saying, that mojo, Teddy's still wielding it, even if this game is very, very close. Does have his Phantom Dancer now together. Aiming does have a BF sword as well as his first 2 items, though.
KT might look for the punish here on the Casting.
Yeah, Cuz comes down, distracted by some honey fruit. As BDD looking for it here against Casting as he almost just kills the Ahri. Does get out of the way, and look at Cuz. What a gentleman. He does have to flash and Cyclone to try and avoid death here. Gets another one as Gideon tanks up this turret and will be able to take down the monkey. Teddy looking for an angle here very aggressively. And Roma just keeping Perfect at bay, Aiming nowhere in sight, and the Bros, they fire back, and they have a momentary gold lead.
Now, KT have been so good at turning these aggressive plays from Brolo into something else on the other side of the map. Talking about BD's side laning earlier, he got that turret. Right now, we see a turret go down for Aiming. This initially looked like KT were like, oh, this is so free, like when Casting went in, but it was actually Bro who had the faster rotation. They had the mid control. And I think that wasn't communicated to BDD very well here as he goes incredibly low. Cuz has the Cyclone defensively, still ends up going down here. They will get a turret in exchange, but at least in the extended play, Aiming is shoving, right? Yorick is shoving in the top lane, so KT are winning elsewhere.
Ooh, speaking of Perfect, going to take a big old chunk from Casting as the Dragon is going to be taken here by the Bros. Roman now looking for an angle as well. As he goes between worlds, doesn't find too much, and the rest of the Bros not quite there for the follow-up, but just to try and dissuade them from coming in. Picking the gap there is the Shock Blast.
The Aurora is so tanky this game and has those Merc treads as well that are upgraded. So when you see him go in like that, you're like, ooh, is he going to get punished? And then he takes like no damage.
Yep.
And then he gets out. I actually really like going for the Merc treads in this matchup into the Ahri, and also, you know, for what you're trying to
Seraphine as well. I mean, I feel like there will be a lot of tenacity value as BDD just observes the arrow as it sails by.
Now KT have full grasp over this bottom side of the map with no arrow. Can actually stick around for this wave to grab a plate. I don't think they want to push it any further, especially without vision of Baron or where Teddy is right now. So they're going to relinquish control, at least with the group, and BDD will be the only one who stays down here with TP. This is such a good game. Like
This is such a good series. Like every Bro series over the last 3 of them has been so good.
And I knew that there was a chance KT could lose this, but I didn't know it was going to be like me being happy for Bro and not disappointed in KT. You know what I mean? Like I thought KT was going to drop the ball more than I thought Bro was going to seize the moment, even though I've been such a Bro champion this season because
Which is
they're
weird
so
because
good.
you are the known Bro anti most of the time.
Well, I mean, Chronicle was the true.
He was the true Bro anti, but like you were also there with him. Like I feel like you guys bonded over being a Bro anti.
It's true. I definitely like called him out on it first because I knew he was one of us. But like now I'm a bro believer. I'm a bro-lever.
Yeah.
Born again believer.
It feels good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Not for Cuz, who takes a lot of damage from Roma. But otherwise, it's going to be okay. We can talk about Bro Leaf right now because they haven't thrown this game away just yet, and they're continuing not to do so as Roma gets a lot of damage there. Still, they're turning onto Perfect as BDD trying to keep him alive, but That is going to be a great Crescent Guard. Means that Gideon is going to be absolutely fine, and the Yorick is just dead before this fight's even really started. As Casting looking to try and turn it now onto Cuz. Roma still holding them in position. As Aiming not quite finding the buttons that he wants to. And all of the bros are still alive. Curtains have been called as now PDD wants to change that. Looks to try and take down Namgung here, but now needs to get himself out. And he has to flash to get out of the way. No more Spirit Rushes up and available. And with no flash, he is just dead. The bros are just better.
They just straight up are. And this feels like old KT, where BDD and Cuz are trying to do everything, and the rest of the map feels a little bit bleak. They still have gold leads in mid, they still have a gold lead for the Jhin, but it's moments like this where you can see Bro know how to use their tempo. They know how to use their advantages. They're pushing onto Effort here with this Aurora, and he knows that he can escape, and then they're going to get the punish here onto Yorick. BDD goes for a teleport because he's like, I can bail him out, I can set up this fight, but he's just too disjointed for the rest of the squad. Romer didn't get a kill, didn't do that much damage, but his efforts alone were enough to keep the rest of KT at base so that the flank from BDD just does nothing. And then it's just desperation here again. BDD trying to go back in, essentially into 3 people, and it has to flash away.
Yeah, it just feels like all of these fights are so incredibly disjointed, and Bro's composition thrives under those conditions, right? KT wants to layer Encore, Cyclones, things like this. It's like a press R composition, hold them down and take them out. And this is just not how they're able to play it into what Bro have been setting up. And it's been Bro setting it up. Oh god, Aiming, I think, might have to use some of his higher cooldown buttons, and he does.
Does use the flash there. I'm totally with you on this, especially when you consider the Ashe there. You know, if the fight slows down, the Ashe is like, okay, you pressed all the buttons. Now you can't get to me ever, and I do a lot of damage.
Infinity Edge in hand for both of these 80 carries, but I feel like Aiming hasn't really been able to utilize it as well as Teddy so far.
Well, when you're playing Jhin and your comp isn't winning and they're not able to proactively start the fights, like you mentioned in the draft, Jhin doesn't have to aim. Aiming gets to change his nickname for this one if they can land all the CC, but when you're actually using your CC defensively constantly against Bro who are being more proactive, then you're just not having a good time. You're not able to do damage. And you actually do have to aim, and you hope you get those slows because you're going to need them. Yeah. And if you get those flourishes, rather, or you get the roots, you're going to need those roots to keep your team alive, keep Bro at bay.
It's just kind of crazy how well they're playing this. Casting doing the most damage in the game as well. I mean, the Jace, despite the Yorick that we have seen be a huge thorn in the side of this champion, it's just not really working out. As Aiming, the Gold King himself, does have the most in the game because they've been funneling so many waves into this Jhin. I don't really like it. I feel like the payoff of giving Jhin more money is just more Jhin, which is not great. Although, you know, Aiming is going to have to cleanse. Avoids the arrow though, so now that button is on cooldown. Cuz looking for a flank as the dragon is up and available.
I think KT might just want to give this. I mean, they could fish.
Oh, Roma does find BDD here. And now Cuz looks to make his way in. There's a Cyclone. The Encore comes down as well, but Cuz very close to dying. Thankfully, Effort is going to be there to try and keep him alive, but he will go down in the end. BDD looks for the angle onto Roma, but those boots were made for tanking, and Roma will stay alive. That is going to be a clean ace for the Bros, and they're looking to push up mid lane.
I mean, they kill everyone here. It's 28 minutes into the game. They're opening up the base. You're going to see Roma shoving that top wave here. You're going to get that top top inner, you have to imagine, but they're also going to get Baron. So much damage done. Likely 2 inners plus Baron, turning a 4,000 gold lead probably into upwards of like 7 or 8 after this play. And look at this setup here. The Encore hits only the Crescent guarding Xin Zhao, and the fight is over. BD's trying to turn targets here onto Romer, but he is so tanky. Has the extra shield as well. This is such an incredible build from Romer. I talked about earlier, I really think when you're in the thick of things as this Aurora into the comp of KT, the value of the Merc Treads is so high. The dash cannon value is so high. It's so difficult to kill him. And he gets away here.
God, it's absurd. And also gets the kill credit on that one. Coach Song and Juke both losing their minds in the coaching booth.
And I just don't know if KT can recover. It does go up to 8K.
I mean, I don't think there's any way, right? This is already a 2,000 gold Rebel Baron power play, and the Bros are looking to stack up another Infernal Dragon, and all of the numbers at the bottom of your screen are now blue. They have so many of these luxury items, double GAs now, GAs completed, as let's see whether they can kill Casting. I'm thinking it's a no at this point in time, as the Shock Blast is also going to push him away. The arrow will connect. The Chaos is going to be there to try and keep him alive. Crescent Guard from Gideon makes him so incredibly safe, and down goes the Wukong once again. Bro can just do no wrong today. They are so incredibly good. The coordination, the answers that they have in every moment.
And this comp is so easy to play from ahead, as a charm here is just going to tickle Teddy. He does not care. There's no follow-up. TP in the mid lane, they're going to end with this Baron, it feels like. Is it going on aiming?
Yeah, Teddy is just tanking up the turret, walks past it as BDD in so much trouble. Evan having to flash out of the way of Teddy, whose arrows are just destroying them. He is having to back away as they do make it to the relative safety of the fountain, but a curtain call from a fountain is not the way you win a game of League of Legends, ladies and gentlemen, as casting at about 2 health is taking down inhibitors.
Another wave's going to spill through. There's no defending this.
Arrow isn't going to quite find the mark as Cuz is able to sidestep it. Let's see whether they can try and put on the miracle defense, but I don't think it's going to happen. Down to the G8 goes the Xin Zhao, and now Roma is once again going between worlds, looking to take down BDD. Nexus turret number 2 though, and the Bros will 2-0 KT Rolster in an incredible series, a 2-0 week.
A 2-0 week for the Bros. And let's not forget that just a week ago, they almost took T1 out in 2 games. Now, they did get 2-0, but both games were winnable. Both games were really close. This team is looking incredibly formidable right now. I think they've looked at formidable all season, but now they're actually closing out the games. Now they're actually picking up the W's.
What an incredible performance. And so many times, like you've said before, right? We've seen teams lose. This was a team winning here today. The Bros were just so good. Casting as well. I mean, the entire top side, we would tout, like, talking about Teddy all season long. This was about Gideon, Roma, and Casting all outplaying a KT that have been so good at playing through the top side of the map.
Romer, I think, just earned his permanent spot back, it feels like. I
mean, honestly, against T1, I think I'd already give it to him. Even though they lost.
You know, I see what you're saying, but ultimately, today, especially in this matchup into the Ahri, he beat BDD's 3-0 Ahri and made it look pathetic. Like, he was like, you are nowhere near my level, and the build made it so much easier. What's so scary about this, if you're a KT fan, is that this whole time you've had in the back of your mind, are we fraudulent? Is this just a fluke? You know, are we really the best team in the LCK? And then the pieces start falling, and you start to watch it be the Cousin BDD show only again, and you're like, oh no, that's what it was like when we were losing, when we weren't the best. That's what I don't like. I don't like it when the other parts aren't working. Because you got outplayed by Casting, like you mentioned, in the top lane, as perfect. And I mean, Aiming and Effort had some good moments in this series for sure, but Namgun was finding his angles right. The Seraphine was not working.
He had a day out today, honestly. I think his Lulu was pretty good as well, but his Elise, always great to see. It was kind of, we had our resident Elise player in Lehens for so long, but Namgun has really made it feel like it does work in the current meta as well. And the Bros are just so fun to watch these days with the camaraderie that they demonstrate, especially later on into the game these days. I think that has been the big change, is that they've become just so much more, I don't know, it's almost like consistency in the later stages of the game is what they've managed to find for themselves.
What the number one thing we've all been talking about on the Korean side, even more than us, is Bro can't make decisions, right? Like, they're so indecisive that even when they had big leads, they would go to an objective, look like they were going to fight for it, then give it up, or fight in the wrong moment. Especially like in that last KT series we were just talking about, they were decisive to fight and it was the wrong call and they got obliterated, right? And then today, when KT group on their top side of the jungle and they don't have vision, they're like, okay, we'll put some vision in there, but we'll stay away. We'll find something else. We'll play on the other side of the map. We'll farm it out. We're still ahead. We don't have to force. We don't have to give BD an opportunity to pop off on this, or let's just avoid him. And then when they got enough of a lead to where they could just do whatever they wanted, they did not hesitate. They grouped, they used their abilities, and they fought. And Gideon's like, I've got Crescent Guard, I've got GA, I'm going to send it. And he did.
Okay,
this moment here, where Teddy also sends it, pretty nuts.
I feel like some of the positions in the draft as well from KT were a little bit suspect, right? Like leaving the Xin Zhao for this composition to pick, deciding to instead pick away the Seraphine to try and mess up this bottom lane, and then Jin was about as useless as always.
And the Wukong pick didn't give them a lot of power or agency early either.
Yeah.
That was another one that's great for their comp, but into the matchup, did feel a little bit suspect.
Yeah, so there are a few of those moments, but I also think that the capitalization from the Bros, not only in the game, but also in the draft, was so great to see, right? And it just shows that every aspect of Bro right now is good. Like, the draft, the laning phase is pretty good as well. I mean, that was always a bit of a struggle, like getting out of that's been kind of an aim, but Teddy did so much damage in this game on the Ashe, and he didn't even have the Seraphine.
I'll say it, I think until it's mathematically impossible, Bro could be a legend team.
You've been saying that for some time now, Wolf.
I do think this team is incredible. They are way better than their results show. And now they're starting to get the results. As Teddy will pick up player of the match with his Ezreal performance in game 1. My God.
Yeah.
And in an Ashe game in game 2, that was pretty solid. Gideon, I think, going to be some of the votes we do see, but Teddy has been so important for this team. You can see he's actually moving up the Palm standings here, up to 3rd place, just behind Zeka and Chovy.
Exactly right. Evening out the scoreline as well alongside BDD and Ona, which is pretty impressive stuff. So Teddy, absolute fountain laser here today. His Ezreal, now moves to an actual positive win rate as well at 4 and 3 to the Ashe play. Very similar, right? Always forward, always aggressive, always looking to punish. And that's the Teddy I feel like we missed out on for years. That was something that he was always so good at, knowing exactly when he can go aggressive. And it felt like he kind of forgot that for a few moments. And by moments, I mean years. And now he's doing it again and looking so good when he does.
Scary thing for KT fans is when you reach the top of the roller coaster, you don't just go down a little bit and then go back up. You gotta go all the way down. That's the scary thing.
Yeah.
You know, will they recover from this? Time will tell.
Yeah, is it naturally going down or is it fallen off? That's the real question. But now it is time to hear from Teddy. Let's throw it over to the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Teddy on the side of Hanjin Brion. Teddy, your opponent was chasing 1st place, but you just took down KT, and that is such a meaningful win streak. How do you feel? Yeah, we just defeated KT, and I did not expect to get that 2-0. Obviously, we came to win, but I didn't think that it was going to be a clean 2-0. But it feels amazing. Yeah, so are you quite thrilled? Cloud Templar is quite thrilled. Yeah, I don't think I'm feeling that far. I wouldn't say thrilled, but I feel amazing. In round 1, you took a helpless loss against KT, but today, Hanjin Brion's resilience really came through. So what clicked that allowed you to take the 2-0? I think compared to round 1, I feel like every time we were trying to fight, it's just that we had lacked the ability to find those angles, but I think today we just ended up playing really well, and it's just winning those fights that we were able to win before that was just a little bit lacking. And what about that Elise pick strategy? Can you walk us through that? Yeah, so with the Annie Lee Sin, we saw the enemy go for Jarvan and Caitlyn. So for the bot lane, I was trying to consider Ezreal, and for the support role, I think we were trying to go with something that we had practiced that kind of felt good for us. And your Ezreal was just broken in that game. Your true shot barrage and crucial moments were really incredibly clean, like that Caitlyn kill bot and the Renekton kill top. So what is your secret? I think it's just the vibes. Whenever I see the angle, I just ult and, the Renekton dying. I think that was just quite my luck. And so lately, Ezreal's losing streak actually just was broken, but the win rate is at 36%, so there's a lot of doubt about him being a good pick. So any thoughts? Yeah, I know the win rate is pretty bad, but I just feel like I've had experience carrying the game and flipping the game so that it's more we get the edge and we are able to take the advantage with whenever I played Ezreal. So I feel like the pick itself is pretty good for me. And in game 2, in the mid game, there were some moments where KT had control and we thought that the Ashe would be struggling, but you were able to dodge everything. So what happened here? Yeah, I mean, my Lulu had Mikhail's, so I think I was quite confident. I just did what I needed to do. So looking at the replay, does it feel like you did well? Yeah, I think other AD carries probably would have done the same thing. And lately, it looks like your synergy with the rookie Namgung has been improving. So how do you feel? Yeah, our chemistry is really good. I think team-wide, we have room to improve, and I feel like we'll get there. We're actually going to play better. And the T1 match at the Inspire Arena, you have mentioned that it was a great experience, that it gave you confidence. And I'm sure that it has inspired you. So what is your mindset going into round 2? You know, round 2, starting it off with defeating KT, I'm sure that we'll have even more fun and go into it with a lot more confidence. And I feel like seeing my teammates be so happy makes me happy, and I just want to keep it up. And there are so many fans here to support you, and even a young fan here had a fan sign saying, "Take my heart and cheer up." Did you see? No, I didn't see the heart one. But I saw that I saw the little child cheering for us, and it was really cute. And would you like to say anything to your fans? Thank you so much for all your support today. And I'm just relieved that we're able to close it out with a 2-0, and I hope that we are able to keep it up and move it forward. Keep the momentum going on. Let's finish off with 한지불연 fighting! Congratulations once again on the 2-0, and that's all from Teddy. Back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation, as Digon is in tatters. As, yes, his team won 2-0, but look, he didn't pred him. Like, obviously, he should have known if he was a real fan.
The lack of belief in his... okay, no, I'm not going to say it. The lack of belief in Bro, because I'm not going to say his team. Because if it was his team, he would have predicted them. He would have been here today, which he isn't.
Yeah, I mean, I told him you're fake. And this is the consequences of being fake.
The fact that they get
Don't be fake,
this humongous 2-0 upset, specifically on the day he isn't here, I think that says it all. I think they are more powerful without him. So I'm sorry, Digon, but it's over.
Today is the day for all the real Bro fan club. And you know what? Digon's not included.
I love that. I love that Prince also is calling Digon out.
Calling him out.
Yeah, both the global and the Korean side know. This is for the real fans.
Well, thank you for that one, Prince. Digon, hopefully you do learn from your ways, as the English side did all go for Gideon. I did tell you guys that I think I would have gone for Teddy. I think Teddy's going to win it, but Gideon is a good vote. Do you think there's a reason why specifically the global group here only went for Gideon and then everybody else went for Teddy?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that obviously different perspectives is good, and there was a range of people who contributed well. I will say that obviously we have a lot of insightful people who give their vote on the voting board. But one thing I will say, Brendan, is you're aligned with media, so think about that.
All right, media.
Gideon had a world-class Lee Sin performance, I feel, in that game 1. Was solid in game 2 as well, but moments like this, finding this angle on the, what was it, Brendan?
Mega engage cone.
There we go. And you wouldn't have voted for this? Well, I guess maybe you're a fake fan of the Mega Engage cone, but setting up some super clean plays, and against Cuz, a player who was a big reason why KT made it to the World Finals last year, and honestly, Gideon just gapped him this series.
I mean, I totally agree. And just like being able to just like carry the game just from the jungle, he makes the from Olik play, and even the middle game and the later in the game, like I just don't feel like he make any major mistake in this game. And I think that's the biggest differences between the KT. And not being desperate, even though he's fat, like he was just not actually just giving the lead free away from the enemy team. I mean, that's how you carry the game. It's just League of Legends.
Yeah, now we can see Brendan's comment.
Oh, wait.
Oh, wait, you don't get one?
I don't get one. Not the Valdanalist today. So
Yeah, you don't get a comment. Oh, I wonder why.
Valdahost is over here whining. Wolf did go for Guess It's Grubs for dinner tonight. That's actually a good one.
Classic Gideon
that.
Grubs, you know. He actually, I think only got one grub. How many grubs did he get? I think
Like the whole series, I think he got one.
Yeah, but you know what? It was enough to sustain him, right? that's all. But he's gonna go snack on some grubs tonight.
Maybe the fewer grubs actually the better for Gideon.
Yeah,
Because he played really well tonight. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe
Only
it's
had
like
one.
a bit going against the whole T-Gon not being here as well. Maybe we're learning some new things about the bros.
Perhaps. Let's take a look at this. Even I got the chills, as was reference Cloud Templar had chills during their victory, and so did Helios. I mean, it was a big upset. Every time he pushes forward and makes the play in a clutch moment, it brings tears to my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, Teddy's a player as such are giving me also, you know, goosebumps, and makes really feels, you know, it's kind of really thankful to him, like, because it's like he's always trying hard, and everywhere he goes, you know, I can't see his passion. Like, that's the thing that, like, it makes me really feel good.
So Teddy's every 80 carries dream, and, you know, Teddy's been around for a long time. He's still playing, he's still winning, he's still carrying, and just a great performance there, as we did have one thing we wanted to check from the game, and this was really where Bro essentially took the cake in the whole series.
Yeah, there was only 1,000 gold lead here, but the peel that comes in onto Cuz when this Fed Wukong goes forward, so much damage focused onto him, then Gideon using the Crescent Guard to disengage him, and how decisive Bro are in turning onto the rest of the members. The fact that that fight was a clean ace, so decisive as well, there was only 1,000 gold lead at that point, and I think it kind of shows the level and the caliber of play that Bro had on display in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, that fight is like can only appear when you actually coordinate it so well as a team, and also individually you have to just work on your job. And I think the Brion was today is like so ahead on level that they can actually step up. And I feel like it's even for player, I think they really needed these wins for future matchups in coming, because like it's giving you so much confidence, especially just playing against like these top team. And you get the 2-0 and you individually playing well, it will help a lot for the rest of seasons.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting to follow Bro from here on out. Now on a 2-game winning streak, you can take a look at their place in the standings at the top of that 3-7 group. QMDRX also getting the upset win over Nomshim. So that middle lower part pack there, not really sure what we call it now. It's kind of a confusing area, but Bro is trying to shoot up with a couple of wins now.
Yeah, I mean, closing distance on Nongshim, and you got to remember, top 6 is who goes to road to MSI, and if you're taking down teams like KT, then who knows what can happen there. Also, 3-7, maybe their overall score. I would love to see what is their win rate, their score, when Dagon isn't here. That's the interesting stat
really
we got to look
important,
at.
actually.
Yeah, that's what's important.
We need to dig deeper into this one.
We may get a request from Bro that Dagon not attend whenever their matches are played at this point.
Well, Huni, any final thoughts on that series?
Yeah, I mean, especially Nongshim is having a losing streak too. I think it's really great chances for Brion. And I think that for KT, they having tough week this week, and they got to bounce back for the next week. But it looking not easy. The roller coaster is not working well this week.
Yeah, I think we all knew that eventually something was going to go wrong, and unfortunately for KT, it seems like this was the week. But our next matchup is the DN Supers up against BNK FearX. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
back into the storm.
다연승, 2연승, 기분 좋은 2, 3위의 대결입니다.
두 팀 다 지금 좋은 성적과 기세를 보여주고 있는 가운데 누가 승리할지 한번 봐야겠죠.
3세트 시작하죠.
바텀 좀 유리하다.
더블 빠졌다. 아 볼게.
바텀.
야야 바텀. 야 빼라. 나갔어.
나이스.
쏘리. 차야 너플.
바텀 많이 유리해졌다.
이제 나 좀 유리하다 지금 이번에.
오케이.
근데 얘만 6렙이다.
미드 딜교 잘 됐다.
살짝 맞으나 원래
나왔어.
나갔어요.
나 빼야 돼. 아리 공.
일로 와.
나 미드로 할게요. 나 괜찮아.
매우 살짝 매우
2초. 오케이.
니코.
뺄 수 있나?
프리스타 근데. 아리 매우 받았고.
나 이거 잡을만해.
남끝. 나이스. 롤로 뛸 수도 있고.
아리 노플.
나이스.
잘했다. 나 힐 있어. 힐 믿고 해봐.
저거 제발 안 가? 아 제발 안 갈게 이거. 나이스. 끝.
서로 1 빠져.
끝. 나 다이브 볼게 맞다.
니코 슬로우, 니코.
니코 노플이야.
뭐야? 풀 눌렀어.
나 하는 중. 라인 넣어볼래?
넣을게.
스펠.
가가 니코 스몰. 유나라 공 받았어.
유나라 스펠.
유나 다 있어.
미드는
아래
많이
바텀에
니코 노플이야.
할게. 천천히 보자. 팔 안 가고. 뭐야? 아래 바텀에 안 돼.
탑 빠져.
나 살짝 멀긴 하다.
그래? 내가 잡아가 앞에.
나이스.
다행이다.
바텀 이러면 거의 끝나긴 했어 2대1.
바텀 코어 다 먹다 얘네.
근데 나 노플이라서 한번 올 순 있겠다.
나 이번에 자야 노플롱 올 때 바텀에서 한번 설계
그게 좋아.
그러면 이번 라인은 나갈게.
얘 자야 이렇게 빠졌다.
나 싸울게 이거?
뭐야. 맞아.
야, 거기 싸우면 안 좋다 형.
나 천천히 볼게 이거?
보자.
아리부터 간다.
탑텔 소로 있다. 나 하주.
할만.
아리 곧 도착. 아리 노공. 야 잘.
짭.
아리 온다.
괜찮을 것 같아. 아리 노공.
살짝 눌러봤거든. 유나라 노플.
탈 줄게 나도 이거. 빼야 돼.
아 천천히 빼봐.
나 많이 세. 해도.
다 노플. 나쁘다.
나 죽었어.
그렇지 였고. 공원 보자. 천천히 해봐. 이거 잡았어.
바로 뺄 거야.
나 줄게.
버려. 다 있어? 나쁘지 않다.
그다음에 미드 몰래 한번 찔러볼게 여기. 아래. 유나라 나오면 살짝 볼게 여기. 봐줘.
이번 미드 나가야 될 것
나
같은데.
미드에 펼칠게.
나오긴 하고.
이거 보고 싶고 맞아.
아 탈출했다 일단. 한 빼봐. 좋았어? 나 한 번 살았어.
잡았어.
앞라인 먼저. 오.
야 뒤에 아칼리. 어때?
나 버릴게.
빼.
아칼리 보자. 자야 아무것도 없어.
자.
아칼리. 앞에서 빼니. 한번 여보 되거든? 해볼래?
W 5초. 0 5초.
애매하게 되네.
백사이드 노플. 빼라.
코를 안 쳤다.
용 칠래 다 같이요?
용 빨리 가야겠다.
용 싸움 되나 이거?
근데 상대 용 좀 느리긴 한데.
나 볼게. 나
나이스.
먼저 버려야 될 것 같은데? 나 저거
나이스.
여기 쌈간 나오는데.
천천히 봐줄게.
여기 천천히 볼래?
어때?
봐봐.
나 거리는 좀 있어.
유나 이거 니코.
공공공공.
별로 안 좋아.
안 좋다.
앞라인.
오공 가니?
좋아.
오공 맞아. 게임 안 끝내 생각해봐라.
바로 좀 보자. 디테일 지우는 게 좋고.
디테일 뭐 야무지게 받긴 했어.
결국에 윗개에서 싸움 안 하면 더 불리할 것 같은데 그냥
윗개 싸움 해야 돼.
일단 나 찍고 아리 볼게 이거. 미드로는 거의 못 나와.
이로.
아리.
아리 조심해라. 앞으로 가서 여기 뚫자.
아리 왼쪽에 있다. 두꺼비 쪽에.
이거 터뜨려봐. 나 걸렸다.
가볼래? 버려?
천천히 빼면서
야,
한번 빼면 이거 유리해.
못 가.
얘 싸워야 돼 이거. 농탄 공 없어서. 우리 뭉쳐 차단다.
볼게.
오케이. 천천히 한 턴 빼면서.
자야 도공.
괜찮아. 좋아. 뭐야, 나 터졌다.
잡긴 했는데. 아리.
아리 잡았고.
야 렉사이드 못 뺐고. 바로 보자.
바로 보자 얘들아. 나 이번에 프리 써서 내가 자연공 뺄 수 있을 것 같아.
이번에 우리만 프리긴 해. 자신감 있게 해보자, 사용태.
바로 나가면서 싸움 보자 이거.
지금 알이 매우 공고.
쭉 들어가자.
얘네 갈렸다. 야 얘네 갈렸고.
야야 녹턴 맞아.
렉사이 조심. 렉사이.
잘 볼게.
아칼리 끌었다. 아칼리 개딸피야. 천천히 해봐. 오공
뒤에
잡았어. 오공 잡았어. 오공 봐야 돼. 오공.
어마.
나 딜하고 줄게.
안 좋은데?
매우 오차.
이속 줄게.
힘드냐? 이기면 됐어. 아까지 날아오는 거 그냥 끊어버리잖아. 아, 잘했다. 잘났다. 잘해.
쉽지 않은 경기였습니다만 한화생명 경기를 승리로 이끌고 연승 계속해서 질주 중입니다.
But now it's the fun bit. I wanted to get to this because we get to revisit some quotes from this time last year. So in 2025, like actually at this episode after round 1,
Week 4.
we had a few of these quotes about our teams, and we're just going to see whether they retain any relevance, even if a lot of the players have changed. Of course, not on Gen G's side, but it's just kind of fun to have a look at them, especially when.
You know what? I feel like we should just take them at face value and act as if they're about our current season. I'll take this one.
Yeah, you can take the T1 one.
Almost all of the series that T1 have played have been incredibly close. Like, it doesn't matter who they're playing against, they will be playing for the maximum amount of time, and they will stress out their fans as much as is humanly possible before maybe winning or maybe losing.
I mean,
That could be any year.
That
Literally
happened this
any
weekend.
Year. That actually just happened today.
yeah.
Yeah, this is timeless, honestly.
Yeah, this one's beautiful.
This team has no quality traits, like, as a 5-man unit. KT is a 2-man unit with, like, 3 moons orbiting or something. And, like, Peter's a big moon, but he's still a moon.
What did he mean by that?
What did you mean by this?
And by the way, just for context, he meant that Peter is pretty good,
Yeah.
but he's not big enough to be
And,
part
yeah,
of
this
the
was just
planet.
BDD and Cuz planet with Peter as a moon. Duckers and Perfect were not involved.
No, they were
This
like
team-
Pluto. We're debating whether or not they're really connected.
This team went to a world championship.
No quality
or
traits,
World
by the way.
Championship finals. By the way, Peter was still a big moon in the finals. He was still a moon. So it was kind of still true.
Yeah, no, it was. I think it was entirely still accurate. And
I
now,
unfortunately don't think it's accurate right now.
no.
scarred to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
DNS 화이팅! DNS 코스 화이팅!
BFX 파이팅!
KO 화이팅! BFX 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It is time for the final series of the week. And we have saved a game for last. DNS versus BFX. These are two squads that are sitting towards the lower end of the standings. The DN Supers really looking for a victory here, Wolf. And BNK FearX with a new member in the bottom lane.
Let's see how Taeyun looks now that he's moved over to BNK FearX here after the trade that he had with Diablo, who ended up picking up a loss on his first match for Nongshim just yesterday. It's going to take time, obviously, for these two teams to adjust to these new rosters. I'm kind of the mindset that both teams can actually grow from this. There were clearly issues going on in BNK with Diablo and the starting roster. He's been sent out. They wanted to make a change, and they were so fortunate they actually had the chance to do it right before the round ended. And they replaced him with Taeyun, who has been up and down, right? We joked a lot earlier this season, like the Koreans were watching, so he's not finding success, and then he started finding a little bit more success. More recently has been a little bit on the downswing, but maybe a new environment here in BNK and a great support in Kellen, who's a lot more stable, I would say, than Lehens, could allow him to shine a little bit more. So yeah. I'm kind of hyped about this because we very rarely in mid-season, in fact, I can't remember the last time this happened, see trades happen here at the LCK, and this one feels like such a huge, momentous one, with Diablo being right now considered to be the most strong up-and-coming AD carry right now in the LCK with how young he is, and Taeyun, on the other hand, feeling a little bit rocky, like incredibly unstable, but maybe the environment for Taeyun needed to change for him to actually find success. We're going to find out. Valdez mentioned yesterday, most people are saying it was a big win for Nongshim, but remember, BNK were the ones who initiated the trade, so we'll have to wait and see.
And maybe we'll just have to wait and see whether BNK FearX can actually take down QMDRX or not, as life is starting for the DN Supers. This was after it was said that Quantum was the guy for the next little while. Yes, that fire hydrant, sorry, not fire hydrant, fire extinguisher is exactly what life represents.
It's too real.
Yeah, we were talking about this for Quantum as well. I feel like he's only ever been subbed in those moments.
Points of the match usually only goes so dark as like they're on an X game losing streak, but the fire extinguisher was next level. I have a trivia question for you.
Oh, yeah,
you might
please.
be able to guess. How many games has Life played this season?
3.
1.
1?
He has played 1 game. He was subbed in mid-series and lost on Lulu.
Wait, did LCK Cup count? Would I be closer if we included LCK Cup?
I did not check that stat. But I think you probably would be.
Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better because I feel like I was very far away from getting that trivia question.
Well, the whole point of the question was to trick you, basically, right? Because it feels like, okay, Life, he's in the mix. But for this season, it has been just the sub, that we saw later on of Quantum kind of taking the wheel. Life hasn't been played that much.
Yeah.
And Peter,
where's he gone?
We don't know. Except, I haven't actually checked even to see if he's been playing in challenges regularly or not, to be honest, because with these decisions, to be honest, with DN Supers so far this season, if you start trying to put logic to them, like, oh, I think Quantum's the new guy, it feels like they've really solidified him as the starter, then you just get tricked.
Yeah.
Right? And so
this is just, I'm just not going to assume that I understand the substitutions on the DN Supers. I'm just not going to do it. I'm just going to accept that they're going to be playing some players, and those players are probably registered to the team. That's what I'm assuming. Very curious. This was another guy talking about Taeyoon. What was he asking
he just
about?
said, like, just do everything I told you to do.
All right.
Just do what I told you to do. I don't know what that means. I don't know if it's his friend.
It might have been his mate.
Yeah.
And so I assume no one has any
Production
idea.
has no idea either.
Yeah, everyone reporting, giving us all the inside knowledge that there is no inside knowledge.
Yeah, either he's one of Taeyoon's close friends, someone he met in solo queue, or someone who's like incredibly parasocial.
Yeah, I was gonna say like an example of some of the issues with parasocial relationships, something like that.
I think it's funny if he doesn't actually know Taeyoon and he just puts that sign up and he's just like, listen. And then like after they win, he just turns it around and he's like, look, he's like exactly like I said.
Hopefully we do track it. That would actually be brilliant. Life played 7 games in LCK Cup, so I'm even further away if we include those games. So that is good to know. Really, really glad that the trivia question.
Because like for me, when I looked it up, I was like, he's probably played like 3 to 5 games, I thought, in LCK. That was kind of my instinct, but it's because he played so much in the LCK Cup. As here's a shot of the man himself.
Yep.
A former member of the opposite team. He was a Kwangdong guy.
He was. It feels weird because, of course, didn't play for them in the DN days, but did certainly play for them. It was replaced by Leaper, I believe.
Yes.
Partway through the season.
And Bull as well. Like it was kind of a revolving door there.
He's used to the revolving door. And now going up against the DN Supers, he will know that maybe he can start kicking some of them out by hitting the other side of the revolving door,
Is he used to it, or the Afrika /Soup/DN/Kwang? Are they the ones who are always flipping the switches? Because CVMax, he's done it with Andil and Quantum and the bottom lane, but now it's just a completely different coaching staff, and yet here we are, still swapping it around.
Yeah, next year we've got Daney coming in to join the DN Supers.
Oh,
Feels like the perfect option, am I right? Just really start spinning that door around. DN Supers will have first pick. They will be on the red side as BNK FearX have chosen blue as we get into champion select here for game number 1 of the final series of the week. Could be a scoreline evened out here by the DN Supers if they're able to pick up a victory, but it will only be their 2nd of the season. And we are into round 2. If they continue down the losing path here, I mean, the only real option is going to be Rise Group, and even then, it's going to be a very difficult task, especially with the uprising of teams like Kium DRX taking down Nongshim earlier on, looking really good, and the Bros looking absolutely fantastic in their previous series.
KT has had a bit of a drop-off, right? But no one has had the drop-off that BNK FearX has had since LCK Cup.
Wait, the thing is, were they even... I guess they were kind of all right in LCK Cup.
I mean, they went to the finals.
Yeah.
And now,
right. BNK FearX. I thought we were talking about the DNs.
Oh, no. I mean, DN Supers had a bit of a jump, right? Like, they did okay. We believed for a second. And
they had a trip, whereas, BNK FearX, they had a fall.
Yeah.
To use that
Sorry
phrase.
if I misspoke there.
No, you're all right.
As Jarvan will be the first pick here for the Supers, which makes a lot of sense. So we usually see this responded to with an Ezreal pick from a lot of our teams, especially on the east side of our standings. We'll see if BNK will follow suit here.
Annie, priority. Is it going to be there? The answer is no.
In this one, at least not with the Lucian Milio getting locked early. As this has been a bit of a change, feels like the first big prio shift we've seen this season is actually the Lucian pick. And it will be played into the Ashe Seraphine, the waiting arms of Duckdom and Life.
I do think that if you're going to play into this lane with anyone, though, Lucian Milio do pretty well. Raptor is looking to head towards the Pantheon. He will lock that one away. So I'm very intrigued, actually, about how Ashe Seraphine versus Lucian Milio does go. Just feel like the way Milio plays out in the, after level 6s are being gained, you do kind of mitigate a lot of that CC.
I love Pantheon with Lucian Milio because you have additional CC that Milio doesn't consistently provide, and you have extra burst, which Lucian loves, and it works so well with Lucian in tandem to get those initial bursts onto targets before the fights break out. The Jace ban here is going to prevent Clear from blinding that, as he does have first rotation. Then they could save counter pick for Vikla. As the Azir and Akali bans towards Closer are kind of on opposite sides of the spectrum of what Closer could be potentially looking to pick up here, so I find that very interesting. His Akali is very good, his Azir is also solid. Ryze was the one that you're most worried about with Pantheon because of the side lane power and the threat Pantheon can follow up with. But Vikla just plays Annie though, yeah. It's perfect with Lucian. I don't really know why they banned the Ryze. Yeah, I mean, I know why they banned the Ryze, but I think Annie was much more appropriate, I should say.
Yeah, I would agree. I think, Ryze Pantheon is worth denying, but I don't know. Renekton and Aurora both going to be locked away here.
This is
we
a Closer.
Have seen Aurora do decently well into the Annie.
I think now we know that Closer is just saying, I am going to crush this matchup with my Aurora, and I don't think Vikla has the hands to stand up to it, and that's why we're going to let him play it. We're going to set a trap in this way. I don't know if I agree with that sentiment, not necessarily in terms of Closer beating Vikla in a 1v1 in the mid lane, but in terms of what the risk is for the comp that has Pantheon point click, Annie basically point click, and then Lucian follows up and does the boom boom damage real fast, and target dies.
Yeah, this is feeling like a very, very comfortable draft for BNK FearX.
It's so simple.
Yeah, the skill floor is quite high. Let's just say that. On the side of the DN Supers, I think that this is a really nice comp, right? Like, we've seen this work before. I am a little bit worried about the handbag in the top lane, but Dudu, I mean, he had a part of a year earlier on. Maybe he can continue that.
I just think the blind Renekton into the Gnar also opens you up to a lot of problems, but that's why, the Jace ban came through, and then they just kind of turned it on its head and pulled the Annie out, which they expected, and they counterpicked the Aurora for. I think it's quite complex what DNS have to do, but their comp in isolation is also an amazing comp. And Closer is really good, right? Like, he's a great Aurora player, but this team has just had so many issues in coordinating and setting up complex drafts that even though it's great on paper, I wonder about the execution.
I'm a little bit worried as well, but I am very interested in how these compositions are going to clash. Can the DN Supers stop their plummet into the abyss? Let's find out right now. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the final series of the day. But game number one, don't worry, there's going to be plenty more League of Legends coming up. It's Closer versus Vikla. Closer, of course, formerly of BNK FearX himself, did really sort of make the play style.
Yeah.
I felt like Closer really did kind of embody
Absolutely.
the let's just go in theme that this team has had for quite some time.
I feel like that was the kind of mantle was picked up by Raptor when he joined this roster.
Yep.
But I do agree, Closer was kind of the one who was the instigator, let's say, of a lot of their aggressive plays.
Yep, him and Croco.
I do wonder if Life, when he saw the Jarvan first pick, was like, is this a flex?
He probably
you
did
play
say
Callista, right? As I always associate Life with those two support picks in his heyday, the Jarvan and the Set. That basically only he played past their prime. Like, both of those picks were kind of niche fringe picks that we saw in the support role, but Life was like, no, they're forever picks. I'm going to play them. We haven't seen that in a while, and I do wonder what his ceiling is going to be so far this season, because again, we've only seen one game
8 games total for the year here domestically. And he's been hibernating. So what current form looks like is yet to be seen.
Yeah, is it hibernating in a hyperbolic time chamber, though? You know, has he been charging up the power? That is the kind of question. As right now, they are certainly laning very well, but that is something that this composition, this lane can certainly do in the Ashe Seraphine. It's kind of what it's picked for. And they are just going to cruise towards the bottom lane. All right, Taeyeon and Kellen probably looking for a few extra buttons, right? You are certainly reliant on a few extra combos, try and make stuff happen. But I feel like Milio doesn't get to utilize a lot of his power until later on in this lane, because you're not stopping all-ins or anything like that. Fire Kick can be fantastic at sort of denying inroads. If Pyosik does get involved, then that could be an option here, but outside of that, not going to be worrying about a Seraphine jumping on top of you.
Yeah, I think it's best into the Renekton, trying to get on top of somebody.
Oh, yeah.
As he does kind of come at you in a single line, and everyone else kind of stays away and then hurts you. In Pyosik's case, he just comes in too quick to stop in most cases. Can be a defensive tool, but he's got the Cataclysm for extra mobility. And this lane here, because it is a Lucian into an Ashe Seraphine, is not dominating the way a Lucian lane often would, which is why they were willing to leave that one up and then just slam down the counter pick Ashe Seraphine themselves. Odin, like that was the game plan all along, as we are going to finally see an aggressive trade.
Yeah, these all-ins could actually work out here for the Lucian Milio, but you can see it's DNS that are standing their ground. Taeyeon turns around, though, and I'm not sure about that one as the buttons do come back.
They're baiting, though. Here comes the Pantheon. Let's see if Life and Duckdom can realize quickly enough.
They certainly have realized. The question is that quickly enough part of it. As Taeyeon does back away. There's the flash in. They get the flash out of Doctom, but that's first blood going over to Raptor, and no answer here from Life as Taeyeon was so incredibly low and is also able to throw an Ardent Blaze towards Life, who is definitely dead, ladies and gentlemen. It's just going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah, I mean,
unless he blast cones his way to Narnia, it might be a way to do it.
I think he actually gets to execute.
Ooh,
he doesn't get that, but I think it's still enough time.
One more shot. There it is. Nicely done. So he was dead. He just wasn't giving money to the enemy team.
Yeah, it's a big win to deny that money, but it also is a small loss that's going to take him a little bit longer to get back to lane. But this early on in the game...
Why is it that Life is so good at death, Wolf?
Don't do it. I know that's like his Twitch chat name. You can't say that. We're not allowed to say those.
No, but he was really good at it. He died the right way. You know, he was definitely going to die, but he did it well.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Know what I mean?
I thought you were kind of insinuating that this was his fault.
No.
This is an issue here because A, they don't have vision and they're pushing up aggressively, but B, it's more about like Raptor waited and the timing was quite tricky. I think they were like, oh, I think the danger has passed. And then it had not, and then they died. Well, eventually.
Wait, wasn't Na just on a losing streak? Now he's on a 5-game winning streak?
Look, times change. Champions can change, and not just through patch notes. Look at this.
Wasn't Pantheon like able to win before?
Yeah, he's not doing a lot of that right now, and his priority has dropped heavily.
His win rate as well, 45% is not what I would have chosen if you had have given me another trivia question.
Yeah, it's wild, but it has opened up a lot of drafts, which has made me happy that he's no longer just in every single draft.
Ooh, bit of an attempted engage here from Taeyeon, but takes a lot of damage back and is outranged by the Ashe. So Doctom and Life still doing fine, even though there is a bit of a deficit, given the fact that Taeyeon did help grab that first blood. That money going over to Raptor, I think, is a big deal. I also think that like Pantheon is a uniquely good pick for Raptor because it has a button that says don't take damage.
It's very good for him because that's why Nefiri is so good for him as well, because it's the same kind of thing.
Yep. Do have the denial button, although Raptor does tend to take things a little too far on that pick specifically.
We don't talk about that one, Bob.
Yeah, we're not going to
talk about that. That felt like the beginning of the BNK being not in a great spot in the standings, as look, this draft here for BNK, very easy to play. We talked about it, and the Pantheon lines up with the Lucian Burst, the Annie Burst so well that even though I also kind of agree with that loss streak and the win rate, that it's probably time to you know, not hang the Pantheon up completely, but definitely move it down in prio. I think this draft is one where it excels because of the simplicity of it and how it chains with the other parts.
I love it alongside of Nar and Annie as well. Like the top side of the map really is, for me, the real clincher when it comes to allowing this Pantheon to perform. But it used to be that he was just blind pickable in every composition. Now I feel like you do need comps like this that have a lot of extra follow-up and all that sort of stuff. And just the straight-up CC is really important to make sure that he's not ulting in and there's no one there and just looks a bit silly, which I feel like we saw a fair bit of last time he was on the Rift.
Now we're starting to see a lot more Lulu, right, and Milios in the meta. I think that Pantheon in the very beginning of the season was just kind of like, oh, if you got the winning bottom lane and you have a Pantheon, all right, like, guess we just dive repeatedly, get our AD carries. And now the bottom 2v2 is a little bit more volatile, even though he did get the early kill here because there was a bit of an overextension. It's not as free for Pantheon to explode into the early leads that we've seen so much this year. And he is, though, in this game, quite in that state. And he's quite away from this mid lane.
There's the ulti, and Vikler had flashed already. He's very, very dead as he's put into the Cataclysm. Life takes a full culling, though, as the flash in from Taeyeon onto Doctom. He gets underneath the turret. He still had the arrow, so he was waiting for Taeyeon to potentially overstep, as Kellen was only level 5. Wouldn't have been able to save him.
Raptor's flash is coming back. I don't know how many seconds away it is.
Oh, so close. Barrier is going to be there, though, from Doctom. Make sure that he stays alive.
If Raptor has flash there, he might have been able to force that, but just a few seconds away, has it now. But it is still going to be a plate going over. Still a successful play here.
Yeah, lots of money actually denied here.
And I kind of, you know, I feel like this is basically dead even how this trade went, because a lot of farm is denied, a lot of money goes over to Lucian, but also the Aurora becomes a bigger problem here in a matchup that they got closer this counter pick for, so they want to play through. So I want to say both teams really got what they were looking for there. And luckily for DNS, they didn't lose any members there. Otherwise, obviously, the pendulum would have definitely swung into BNK's favor in a massive way. But they do escape. They can come back to farm. It's only a, like, what, wave of deficit here for CS for Doctom. It's just that early kill and the plate gold that's the problem.
Yeah, Taeyeon has been able to utilize a fair bit of the denial that he's been thrown out, as that's a pretty arrow that otherwise isn't going to do too much. As Closer is clearing out the wave, Raptor will spot Pyosik here, as he does have that control ward down. Looks like Pyosik is just going to wander back towards his side of the jungle. So things do calm down momentarily. The gold lead is non-existent. And even though Vikler died, he's an Annie. He's also Vikler. I feel like Vikler is very, very good at just not really caring if you chain punish him in lane.
Yeah, no, because he's been chain punished in lane here in the LCK quite a lot.
He's an expert.
And, I mean, he has played picks like the Morgana to great success where he's like, well, I'm not doing anything early, but later I will hit that 1Q and win the game.
Oh, Raptor thinking about trying to get a bit of a punish off, but Closer hadn't flashed in that last exchange, and so isn't under too much threat.
This game, I think, in part, is very slow because these two teams, the stakes are incredibly high, right? Like, you still have your sights set on getting into the Legend group somehow, right? Like, I think in your heart of hearts, obviously know it's unrealistic if you're DNS at this point, but BNK are only one win ahead of them. But this is the matchup that's like a must-win. You know, you cannot lose this one. If you mess this up for any reason, like your morale, which is already in big question, is definitely going to take a huge hit. So,
not to mention that even if you accept the fact that you're in the Rise group, these are the teams you're going to keep facing off against, right? Once we do get into that, you know, divided mode here in the LCK, you need to show that you can be the top of the Rise group at least. And at least it's the most entertaining group, as we all know. You know, there is a Rise group supremacy type mindset that you can have that is legitimate.
And you know what? If you want to ask the question, is it better to be last place team in a Rise group or first place team in, or sorry, last place in Legend or first place in Rise? Come over here and I will slap you because I don't want to have that conversation anymore.
I would definitely prefer to be first place.
I think almost
everyone except for D+ thinks that.
Yeah, we're not starting this discussion.
I'm happy to start it.
Nope.
Although I do feel like I finished it. I think that's just the objective truth, you know.
You can't bait me, Atlas.
Everyone just likes winning more, as Arrow is going to get a flash out. That's pretty good, and now the Pantheon's in a lot of trouble. Presses the Aegis button, and he should be all right. Great encore, but that is going to be mitigated by Kellen, or at least it was for a little while, as Vikler finds a stun with an Incinerate, but that's not doing quite enough here, and Raptor is going to get torn to shreds. The DN Supers finding a beautiful angle in the bottom side.
Such a clean fight for them, and such a weird, almost Lemmings-like trickle for BNK going into it. DNS pick up a massive win here. That lead for the Lucian has plummeted, and the lead for the Aurora has doubled. So we talked about this comp. Look at where Vikla is. Look where he is. Oh, you can't see him on the screen? Still can't see him? Oh, you can see him a little bit. He ain't here, Atlas. And this composition, we talked about how simple it is to play, but it's one CC leads to another CC, the burst comes through and you win. But if you don't have your big tools and they've got their fed Aurora, well, now she's really fed, but she was significantly ahead. You can't win those fights, and they decided to opt in anyways, when I think the answer to the question of should we go in here, should we actually opt in, this should have been to get out.
Yeah.
Or at least try to buy time for Vikla to get in there, but Vikla was in another world. That's how far away he was.
And the problem is as well is they invested so much into that. Taeyeon has a serrated Dirk for like no reason at all, just for a bit of extra lane power, and they just lost. And so he had a lead, and now it's gone.
Yeah, now
and
he's just put himself behind.
Exactly, he's put himself even further behind.
His gold is fake, basically.
Is he going to go like Collector second Lucian? Oh, that would, I think people might throw up if they see it.
I mean, there's been a lot of talk about, well, I'm going to hold my thoughts here for just a second because we may have a bit of a fight brewing with this Pantheon clearing vision and coming over here with a wave stacking. See what they can get done. I mean, Taeyeon still has his flash.
Well, there's an R button. And in goes the Pantheon. Doctom, I believe, should be dead. Does get shielded for quite a large number. But Raptor able to drop the turret aggro. Closer just going to put him into the Between Worlds, though. And now Kellen, can he actually hold down this Aurora for long enough? The answer is no. Just going to kick him away. And so it's a 1-for-1.
And as it has been so many games for DNS, it is Closer against the world now in this one. He is so huge, gets another kill, gets the punish there, but the damage had been done.
I think this time around, though, it's a little bit different, though, because the team is kind of winning. It's not just Closer by himself, but they're still in a deficit. They're 1,000 gold ahead.
And Doctom got a kill.
And they have a Drake.
Yeah, they got a Drake. Doctom got a kill earlier. And like you mentioned, the serrated Dirk value is going to fall off for a while. And this is an Aurora that can hold this composition together and actually be a great deterrent into BNK when they're starting to fall behind as they are. And the Annie in the side lane is just not going to have fun at all into this fed Aurora.
Does Annie
need
care?
resources.
That's kind of the question. Still, I mean, Doctom dying there towards the bottom side does mean that the farm lead is going to extend ever further for Taeyeon, who throws down another culling. And life dropping the beat ain't really going to be helping out there too much.
Raptors here, so they can actually keep this ward.
Yep, protecting the control wards. Certainly high value.
The lead that Closer has in this side lane right now, you know, you mentioned does Annie care? She doesn't really care about being behind sometimes, but sometimes it means that you lose your turret. Like, you might actually start losing turrets because he's so far behind. Aurora is the type of champion that, as you guys can see on the minimap right now, will just be like, you can't, I don't have my ult, and you can't even be on this turret. It's a 1v1. The junglers are both on vision, and you're out of here, and I'm killing plates, and my lead is getting bigger. Like, see here? He's just like, bye, see ya. So yeah, the Annie will still do a lot of things later on, but he also is powerful in team fights, but he's just getting free money from his advantage right now, and Vikla has to respect it.
And where is the answer, right? He's down there, he's taken a whole bunch of plates from that turret as well as Raptor. It started off the Rift Herald, that's what he was looking to trade it for. But even then, DNS just move into the river, bully him away.
And I think Raptor might need to bail this Annie out, or at least defend side pressure, as, you know, with this Gnar right now, it's not necessarily going to be much better into this fed Closer right now.
It's Taeyeon looking to get alongside Kellen and try to take back this Rift Herald, as now Raptor is on it once again. Playing a little bit of Shelly ping pong right now. That's all right, Yoshik. Does he actually go in? Fire kick is fantastic, as there's the arrow onto the Melio. Kellen flashes out of the way of the Cataclysm beautifully, and now Clear comes in. The flash wallop doesn't quite work out there, though, and Raptor is the one that's able to grab that kill. He does go down, but not before Taeyeon's also able to kill Doctom. Good flash away as Closer comes in with all of that damage, and Vikla able to flash his way to safety as well. Clear now with a massive health bar advantage is looking to see what he can get done, but the beat drop is there from Life to try and help out. Wait, Hyperproc, and Clear is still looking for more. Oh man, this reminds me of the old DRX Clear, you know, when he got his hands on the Gnar and just slaughtered people in Challenger. Oh,
it was
man.
crazy. I mean, this fight here, looks favored for the side of DNS because of the Herald being aggroed, but Pyosik gets kicked, and then the flash here from Kellen, it's so difficult to kill this Milio. They just cannot get access. Pyosik tries again and is blocked, and then they burst down the Jarvan. The Ashe is dead. And then on this part of the fight, Clear's got full health, and Closer came in so late and dropped his ult for...
Doctor... The spear? Not gonna lie. Didn't have that one charged up, so that was never happening. And so Raptor just going to have to move away. Still, no summoners, no ulti, nothing here for Doctor. He has to go back home.
One of the big problems in that fight was that Closer
it's
TP'd in.
Serpent's Fang, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
never mind. I love it.
Well,
I love it.
If you get the money and you could just put together a Serpent's Fang, it's cost efficient. It's fine. If they fell further behind, though, it would have just gotten worse and worse.
If it was collect dilution for some crazy reason, that would have been terrible. But I actually love this. I think you have a lot of utility, and life will be throwing out shields and stuff like that. It's great. I think that's fine.
Closer did use his TP for that attempt to try to salvage the fight. Did not get that to succeed, and now has to kind of walk over here to continue to contest this Herald, because it is still up, and it is still very relevant in this game to get that, and he will just give Vikla a lot of power bottom side, and I think BNK with that ult backup from Closer now will give this away, but it's still a win for this Annie. And Vikla's just going to get this entire turret, potentially. It might even be first brick. Oh, never mind. He's going to TP in for the...
It's BNK Fearx, and there is a team fight available. They will go and try to do team fight, as the walk-in and steal is not quite going to work out there for Raptor, as now Clear could be in trouble. Finds a two-man now, though, as they just explode the Ashe. Doctom just having a terrible time here today, and the Melio's able to keep everyone so healthy. Closer dancing around the backline, but just doesn't do anything, and Pyosik, he's just going to jump on Shelly and say, get me the hell out of here.
Well, he will get out, and it works out. They actually do force the fight. They get there just in time and pick up 3.
I swear, like...
I mean, you're right. Like, it's BNK. Of course they're going to do it. But I was like, I mean, just get the free first brick, you know? Like, they have too much setup. Look at the setup here for DNS. They've got Dudu on this flank. It's hard for Clear to get access with his Narbar, right? Closer is looming here. Does have his ultimate available as well. And they get the Herald. However... Clear just pops off on the Gnar, gets his bar, gets the 2 into the wall. The Seraphine ultimate is just a delay, and Duckers just dies right away. Yeah, and once he's dead, this fight is just completely unplayable. Clear is popping off in this game.
He is a monster, but I do want to say, I think we should just start calling Kellen a paramedic. This guy's like Enchanter support, more in like the healing and saving his teammates playstyle, is so good. Like, giving him a champion like Melio, who is meta right now, is... I just feel like it's perfect for the way he wants to play the game.
Absolutely. He's the only pro player whose favorite soul is Chemtech Soul.
True. Got to give me that healing and shielding power, baby.
And they are going to get this turret, by the way. It'll be second of the game for them and not first, but they will grab it. And that's a ton of extra money, and suddenly went from a very close game that the margins were thin, the Ashe was looking good, to it's looking real rough. Closer still got his gold lead, but it has shrunk massively.
Yeah, it is dwindling, and Vikla doesn't even really need all that much gold. To be honest, he just wants to drop bears on people, and he will certainly be able to do that at the game position right now. Malignance is now done. And, oh, the longest boomerang of all time.
Yeah, we had the crazy auto yesterday.
Yeah, that auto was so fun, because also there was the teleport back as well.
It's going to actually delay his return to lane, because Clear has red buff.
Oh, man.
I mean, I don't think it matters really at all, but it's very funny.
It is definitely funny. That's all right. Tane will be able to get the shove here in this mid lane as well. The entire outer ring has now just been decimated. And BNK Fearx, the swing of gold is just kind of huge in this moment.
And I think that now we're at a point where this burst can really, truly do its job.
Gets the flash out of Kellen. That is a big deal. Fire kick not going to land on the Pyosik there, as Raptor obviously still wanted to go in.
Flash.
Remember, Raptor, you can ult in. It's fine.
Flash for Emilio, not the greatest get. It is going to potentially be relevant later on, but
I do
Emilio's
think
going to
that
be
if
far
they
away.
blow him up, it could be very, very good. Because Kellen has been taking care of his friends.
Yeah, he does like to stay near his friends at the beginning of the team fight so he can ult them, but if he positions well, it's going to be tough to punish this, but any flash you can get is massive, especially with something like an arrow. I mean, that is on an incredibly low cooldown that did not have to use anything else, so it's definitely going to put it in the wins column, but I think they would have much preferred to get Taeyun's flash, for example. Still, a large victory but they will need many more to get back in this game. It is Ocean Soul, and the next dragon is up, and even if they get prio for it, I think it's pretty easy for BNK Fearx to just nope out of it.
Yeah, I do
push
think
instead with the Pantheon.
I feel like DNS probably pretty happy with the fact that it's an Ocean Soul this game. Not the most massive amount of value, and they have a very large Aurora who just wants to kind of burst people 100-0. That being said, I mean, Raptor can buy a lot of time with his Aegis and things like that. And Kellen can certainly help keep everyone alive. So maybe actually Ocean Soul is terrifying. I'm not entirely sure. There's the flash in, flash stun from Raptor, a pretty classic move of his as Life, yeah, just runs out of ability to escape. Not even able to flash there, stunned up and destroyed.
And the Aurora decides not to show, or not to show up, and he is going to try to get that top turret, but I mean, so much damage has been done here to get the kill. They're going to get a plate on this inner, and maybe even more with the cannon wave. They get 2, and they can still just kite back and take the dragon. Again, Closer gets this. It'll be their first turret of the game, and he is still ahead, but I don't know if it means anything anymore. As they're even going to get plate gold here on this bottom turret. It's almost like they got Baron.
Yeah, exactly. They sort of just rotated over to take this because I think DNS assumed that they were going to try and defend top lane or try to go for a Drake or something like that. At least use multiple people as the teleport out from the Annie. Goshik is over here looking to steal away some jungle because I guess he just wasn't allowed access to his own.
I think that what they wanted to do there was to try to set something up with Closer's burst onto whoever comes over to defend, but the arrow also was used by Duck Dom to try to stop the teleport so you get the turret. It's just a second too late as Life here does not flash, cannot get enough distance here after the Pantheon engage comes through and does get burst down. Luckily for him, it does not flash afterwards. And the lead continues to grow. Sometimes you have to wonder, like, was there anything better a team could do in this position after that fail there, after they lose their Seraphine? And the answer is, I think, probably not. You know, Closer decided to push there. They wanted to deny the TP. They failed. And then Pierce was there in case they could catch somebody, but they don't. Because Vikla just ults the wave and says no.
I do think leaving Closer in the top lane was the right call. But it is just feeling like a dire scenario. As in goes Raptor one more time. Life is already down exceptionally low, though, as the DN Supers this time are looking for the re-engage. Pioshik goes in. He's going to take the Death Chamber exit, and now Taeyun's flashing forward. Dokdom taking a lot of damage there as Dudu looking to get on top of him, and doesn't make it to the Lucian. The kiting from this guy is actually working very, very well, and now he's looking for even more. Vikla is going to go down, but now Closer needs to try and keep the rest of his teammates alive. The spear picks the gap. That's 6 points over to Raptor, but that is 3 on the floor in trade for the Annie, and BNK Fearx, they're pinging the Baron.
People who were talking about the Taeyun Diablo trade saying that Taeyun's playstyle was never going to work for BNK weren't there for the Becca days. They weren't there for the Becca days. They weren't there for the Taeyun June days, okay? Yep. We were there. We saw it. Sometimes we were asking Taeyun to calm down and slow down because it cost him a lot in his early career, but in moments like this when he's fed, he absolutely is that aggressive guy. He's had it in his DNA since day one here at the LCK, and unfortunately for Pioshik, like, he got the engage, but they're so far behind that they just kind of look at the engager and he disappears. So like, oh, yes, you're on top of us. That's what we prefer.
Yep, and BNK Fearx were even able to wait for Vikla so that he could get a Baron buff as well. It's actually very kind of them. They're going to have a look at this team fight once again.
Yeah, Pioshik wants to turn this.
No, Dokdom, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, mate. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, dearie me. Goodness gracious. Golly gee willikers.
You know, talking about the trade, it was heavily reported that DNS were also trying to get Diablo. Claim Odin denies.
Not the time, Wolf!
Odin denies this claim. He is having a rough game, and a lot of it is not his fault. Some of it is, though, and this game is very much kind of off the rails for DNS. Again, not many good choices you can make at this point.
Yeah. BNK just can kind of do no wrong at this stage. Have to say, though, BNK Fearx looking really good, despite the fact that they do have a complete change-up on the bottom side. Losing your star player can actually be a huge deal, as Taeyun decides to just dash over it for almost no reason, but may have seen Closer coming on over as well, and he's able to create some space. Closer trying to do the damage, but he just gets brutalized by Taeyun, who will kill Dokdom. Look to try and kill even more, as we're just going to follow him while Dudu is in the backline seeing what he can do, and it's not going to be anything at all. Clear is able to lock down a double kill. And there is the lonely Renekton that was just left by himself.
Look, you're Australian. Are boomerangs supposed to be that lethal?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, now boomerangs can really hurt. Well, if they're a hunting tool.
That was a very successful hunt for Clear there at the end to kill Closer. And I think this game is just a wash here for DNS. They had a bit of a good start. Closer had the lead, but he alone cannot get it done.
Yep, and Dudu is going to try and do what he can, but that is just going to be the ace completed. Vikla for Nexus is the trade here, and B&K FearX looking absolutely fine. Despite the trade of their AD carry, they'll take their first Nexus of the new roster.
Taehoon slotting in, fits this team like a glove so far here in this first game. I think we do have to contextualize that. Unfortunately for the DN Supers, they're on an 8-loss streak. They have won 2 series this season. They're minus 15 game score after that loss. So
we have
opposition could be stronger, but at least on paper, like the skeleton of this team looks incredibly good.
Yep. We need to remind everyone, though, that, you know, Diablo's debut on Nongshim, which is what we're kind of comparing this to, that was against Kium DRX, which was sitting on 2-7 at the time. So it's pretty similar, you know?
In terms of strength, in terms of the performance,
yeah, very different. And also Kium DRX, I think, are really ramping up before their rematch against Gen G.
Duckdown did less damage than Dudu.
Oh dear.
Duckers, he's my guy. I gotta see this guy bounce back. He's having a bit of a tough season, and I think it doesn't help that every other game he's playing with a different support here, but some of those individual mistakes are on him. But I think the game was about a bigger and grander play. It was about great dive and a strong draft here for B&K FearX.
Looking really, really good. I think haven't really skipped a beat, but the DN Supers still in a bit of a difficult place. They have a chance to bounce back as we move to a short break. We're going to then hear from the space and then get into game number 2. See you soon.
뚫고 있어. 그냥 쳐다만 봐.
그러니까 애쉬공 조심하고.
이번에 본대 3보러 온다.
아, 밀리오 공각 봐줘. 애쉬공.
다 뚫고 있어.
애쉬공은 밀리오공 빨로 하다.
야, 레넥 마크 되게.
나 이거 레넥 나봐줘.
아, 이거 루시안 봐줘. 나만 들어오면 박아줄게.
나만 봐줄래?
나공 없어 이제. 나 필요 없어. 나 뒤에서 다는 중. 앞으로 질러봐. 뒤에 있어. 뒤에 레넥 있다. 탑라인 살려볼래? 탑라인 살려봐. 탑라인.
Eyes shut. I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow.
cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Close your eyes, breathe in deep, feel the high. Need the rush, feel the dark, overcome. Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Hello and welcome to The Space. We're here after game number 1 where BNK FureX were able to take down the DN Supers. I am still Valdez with Ox and Hooney. And, you know, the early game was a little bit back and forth, but at the end of the day, I think BNK FureX showed that old solid play we're used to.
Yeah, and I think people weren't sure how the team was going to mesh, having Taeyun come in, especially when this has been such a Diablo-centric team for such a long time. And it looks like it's small sample size, right? But hitting the ground running so far, especially when the counterparts in Nongshim kind of struggled in the first match. So definitely a positive, especially because Taeyun had a really good game.
Yeah, I mean, also, especially, I think the matchup wasn't really that tough, especially just playing against them. And also, I think it's just like they're focusing on themselves, like showing just what they want to do and just like, I think just prepare and just showing on the stage, like that's going to be the key. And I think they proved it pretty well.
Yeah, they absolutely did a good start for them. Let's take a look at the draft and tell me what stands out to you guys here.
So I feel like there's elements of the DNS draft I do like. You know, the Jarvan Ashe Seraphine is really powerful. The Aurora into the Annie, and even like the Ashe Seraphine into the Lucian Emilio is good. But I feel like one of the issues is that you have this mobile bot lane and there's so much threat with the Annie Pantheon that even though you have like a lot of power, a lot of powerful picks, and you can see how the composition of DNS functions well, if you can't keep your bot lane protected from this sort of point-and-click stun, this easy setup dive threat, you can see how the game could just quickly run away, and particularly the Seraphine was just targeted so heavily, so frequently, and just kind of started chain dying.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree. And also, I think the most important was like just finding the where is the jungle, and also just like from the mid lane. If any can move, if Pantheon can get the movement freely from the map, I think even Gnar against the Renekton and also bottom matchups it gets so easier for just no matter what. So I think it was really, you know, how it just went through like how they want it.
Yeah, a lot of support from, you know, the important pieces of this composition. We have to talk about this first fight because trying to take the Herald in front of a Mega Gnar generally not going to work out for you.
Yeah, I mean, Mega Gnar's perfect timing here, and just the follow-up is there with the Annie on top. This is kind of the explosive threat this composition has, and if you cannot keep your bot lane safe, you're really going to struggle to find a way to fight these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, they tried as much as they can, like trying to find the Gnar, but he was actually hiding in the brush. And I think it was really perfect timing for the Fury, just the management. And I think the DNS Supers also weren't not ready 100%, just hitting the Herald. They didn't have a topside control. They were just like, oh, they're coming. What are we doing? Oh, I guess we're back. I guess we're defending Renekton. It wasn't really decisive enough.
I think so often when you're positioning for around the Baron pit, you're either in the pit, which obviously isn't great, into an Annie, or if you're against the wall like that, that is prime scenario for a Gnar to jump in, and there's nowhere really to go. You're just getting slammed to get it against it pretty much guaranteed, and the Annie follow-up was great as well. You know, we've seen Vikla struggle a little bit so far since first stand, but even last year, Annie was one of his best picks, and really knowing what to do in terms of follow-up in this situation.
And it just feels like the DN Supers, they don't really have everything together as a squad and just leaving a lot of holes open for a BNK Furex to just take the fights down. As we did head over to the mid lane almost immediately after, about 5 minutes later, for the next fight here.
Yeah, I think it was all still kind of like they still had a chance, and there's a smooth and back and forth, even though there's still, I think the Lucian and Amelia had a lot of the prior from the mid lane can get mid pressure easily. So DN Super didn't like that, and they're trying to make the play, but it wasn't really coordinated. Like they don't know like what actually want to go for it, and there was no goal, no target to selection as well. So I think it was really easy for just, you know, just right clicking and oh, they're coming, we just killed them.
Yeah, I mean the Jarvan gets exploded so quickly, and then the Renekton was just like flashed over the wall and then failed to dash over. This looked like tilt, if we're being honest, at this point in the game. It kind of looked like they'd already lost control. They try to force something, but it looked so uncoordinated. I hope they bounce back for game 2 and put more for fight, because it felt like at a certain point in this game, they'd kind of lost hope at really contesting it.
Yeah, it does feel like, unfortunately, DNS kind of going back into old, unfortunate bad habits perhaps from last year. And that's definitely not what you want to see, but focusing on the good, definitely good stuff from the side of BNK Furex, from Taeyun and Clear, especially looking good for those guys. But we're done here on the space. Let's go back to Atlas and Wolf for the cast.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1.
We go by Wallace now?
We do go by Wallace.
Yeah.
So, Valdez, if you could please, if this is going to be a 3-gamer, if you could please introduce us as such. You've had multiple opportunities today, and he's just failed every time. I think it's only fair that we call it out.
Yeah, it's relatively new, so this is your final warning. We'll accept it this time, but
yeah. From now on, just make sure you do that. As another team that is renamed is obviously BNK Furex, with a new name in their AD carry position and looking real good. I do like the fact that the space didn't pull any punches, though. There was certainly a bit of tilty play, we have to say.
I think so, and you know, it's like I said on the broadcast moments ago. Sometimes there is no great choice, and you have to make a choice, and you know your brain is not able to function in terms of like what's the best option for you, or should maybe you not make that choice. And the team has to be really well coordinated to turn things around. This is a great drawing already for Taeyun's debut. It says win.
Yeah.
I don't know what the drawing says.
It says we're staring a lot. I have a cacao emote of Psyduck doing the same thing that Orcs really likes to use. So I think I know what it's trying to say. I don't know what necessarily what it means.
Yeah.
What does Igyo mean?
Igyo means win.
Oh, right. That's all that said. Okay. Well, we're just going to be staring into
that guy
winning.
Who may or may not have represented a BNK member is telling BNK to win.
Aha. Well, we win. And maybe they are going to win. We'll just have to see.
Oh, in this case, meaning like we win.
Aha. That doesn't really change it.
It's ambiguous, but like it means like we win or telling someone to win. It depends on how you're reading the sign. Either way, let's jump into this draft here for game 2, where DN Supers have opted for first pick. Varus will be off the board right away.
Orianna, Rumble, all those things probably going to be banned as well.
With Seraphine gone, with Ashe, Lucian, all of these bottom lane picks gone, a lot has kind of opened up in this draft. So, Lulu, I think, and Yunara are at the peak of really strong bottom lane picks. So perhaps if you give something strong over to the Supers, you could end up getting your Lulu lane for Taeyun and Kellen. And we've already talked about how much Kellen loves to play his enchanters.
Indeed. Now, Dudu with first pick.
It's going to get the Xin.
That's a good one. And this is something that Pyosik has performed well on. So, not recently, obviously, but in the past, can be a good one. And if they do manage to get the Lulu
it's
rotation
Lulu,
as well,
right?
that'd be good. But
it's going to be Lulu, probably Yunara. Oh, that's a different look.
Oh, imagine if they hovered the Lulu and then locked Ezreal Nico. It would be not very good.
This does not look very planned. It's almost like they expected they were going to get Lulu Xin or something, and then... Okay.
Waiting out the timer. So
I guess this is fine, but I do think that it will struggle into some of the Lulu matchups that it may face and will likely face on the other side. And now a Lulu has a great wild growth jungle to press R towards as well. Yeah. Kellen is talking a lot, which means that maybe they have a different support here in mind that they think is going to get... It's definitely Nico.
I very much hope that it's not Nico.
To deal with the Lulu lane. But we all know how it has gone very recently. I can imagine what did already.
Yeah, he's cringing somewhere.
Yeah.
We know that. As you know, Lulu is definitely happy.
Yeah, like they're like, you guys didn't take it. That's crazy. This also somewhat feels like we sometimes see teams say, like Closer did in game 1, your bottom lane just can't handle it anyways. We're gonna play Ezreal, Nico, and we're gonna win against your Lulu lane. We're better than you. Closer won the lane into the Annie last game that they gave over, but they did not win the game. See if that trend kind of happens here in the bottom lane, as we knew it was coming.
It was
they got Trundle, Yunara, Lulu. We got Ezreal, Trundle, Nico. I'm like, this is the trade deal meme. It's you receive Ezreal, Nico. I don't think that's the positive
sadness
one. Yeah.
Is probably also coming alongside it. Although maybe not, because BNK FearX were just a lot better in the last game.
Maybe we have talked about this lane a lot, and we're not big fans of it here on the global side, but it obviously can work. It has a lot of power, and the Trundle is very game warping.
Yeah, and when it was first kind of being employed here in the LCK, it did kind of work out. And it took a lot longer for me to sort of trip over to the side of not really liking it very much. I was busy with my gin, so that's not. I don't have a drinking problem. It was the JHIN.
Okay.
That one. I apologize, everyone, if that was confusing.
So the Akali's going to get banned now, and a Zahin ban. That pick has really been kind of out of the meta, like since Perfect played it last, I think, and destroyed Dudu with it.
Yeah.
All right. I kind of feel like when you see the Akali ban, the two picks you're thinking about are Ahri and Azir. And the Ahri, which was picked by BDD in our previous series, is now gone. So Azir, Trundle, Ezreal, Nico just sounds a bit confused, but...
Oh, I can really see Vikla doing it, though.
It certainly could work.
I wouldn't mind if Clear actually was the one that just blind picked something, but instead, that Azir is entirely what is going to happen. I feel like you willed it into existence, Wolf. I think this is your fault.
Did I, or was it the, I don't know, the Akali ban? That felt like, to me, it willed it, but Silas will be the answer. Silas is the other pick that's
Blind
great into his ear.
Ambessa? Isn't that crazy?
It's Ambessa Lulu though, Atlas. I'd love to see the stats on that. I actually don't have a way to look that up, but I would love to see the Ambessa Lulu stats compared to the Ambessa win rate, because I think that would be a little bit higher. And now, what are you picking here? Are you going for a tank with Ezreal, or are you just going to go Vayne?
Well, Vayne...
This draft is eclectic, Atlas.
It is. I like the use of eclectic. I do like Vayne with Trundle, but I also feel like Raptor is never going top lane, so it's not all that relevant. I think DN Supers have a really cool composition, and BNK FearX won game 1.
They have 5 champions.
Yep, they do.
They have 4 lanes, right? Like if you call the jungle a lane, right? They have Trundle, which is good into Xin Zhao in isolation.
Yep.
You got a ranged matchup in the top lane. That's pretty good. You got Azir when you banned the Akali, so that protected. Still have to play against Silas, but it can be fine. You can get a lot of an early lead there.
Yeah.
And then you got Ezreal Nico. That used to be good. How this all works together later is, well, the TLDR is if you get really far ahead, it doesn't matter, and everyone does a lot of damage in the late game, and you have 3 threats. If you don't get ahead, I don't know how they're going to pull a rabbit out of the hat with this one.
Yeah, and I also think that if in this game Closer gets massively fed, I think that he then just wins the game, right? He gets Pop Blossom and then Wild Growth on top of that, right? Like, so he can be going in with the Pop Blossom doing massive damage. He can steal Emperor's Divide. He can even steal Subjugate and use that against the... Well, I mean, there's not really a tank, but he can just use it against the enemy Trundle and get a whole bunch of extra resistances, and we know how difficult it is when the Silas gets defensive tools from his ultimate. This is a really scary draft from the DN Supers. Let's go into the Rift for game 2. I can feel it, Wolf. I can feel 5 games. I think that the DN Supers might be able to do it.
I know, but it's, you know, to me at this point, I was hoping for the 6. I thought we were due.
We are definitely due.
I'm kind of, like, to me, the most interesting thing now is how do I want to see a game where BNK fall like 3,000 gold behind and then make it work. Like, that would be crazy. That's the kind of... And yes, I know there was that DNF game against Bro where the lead was even bigger and it was an even crazier situation and they did ultimately lose. I'm not talking about that. I just want... This is a different era. This is a different time.
It is. There's an S now.
True. And there's no more F. And F was for freaks.
It was.
They're supers now.
And is that better? Not entirely sure. But right now, we can see that the double Ezreals are doing a fine job just pushing this wave in over and over again. Obviously, the Yunara Lulu is largely more aimed towards late game carry potential. And so here in this early game, it's not going to be as good as Closer goes in, but there is a pretty nice shifting sands there from Vikla just to get that bit of a shield and mitigate some of the damage.
Yeah, really clean response. Closer is a Silas enjoyer.
He is.
And Vikla is an Ahri enjoyer. I would say not as much of an Azir enjoyer. He played it a lot.
Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it? He's played it a lot, but hasn't necessarily enjoyed it.
It doesn't feel like you can... There's a lot of mid laners in the LCK you can associate with Azir. I don't think Vikla is one of them, but, you know, he's been asked to play it a lot, you could say, and it's been asked of him. This draft, I'm not sure if it was asking for Azir, but that's what they wanted to do. And it is Vikla's first Azir game of the season. Taeyun, although it was not on this squad, has played 2 games of Ezreal and was part of the Ezreal loss streak. Duckdom also has not been finding the success on the Yunara.
Yeah, or any champion, because they've only won 1 series, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, the stats are kind of tied in.
Yeah. That being said, when Taeyun was in the LPL, like, his super play that really got people to notice him was playing Ezreal. So this could be, you know, a way of BNK just utilizing some of the strengths of Taeyun as well. We've got some great Ezreal players here in the LCK, and Taeyun wanting to try and hit them.
This is almost comical, the backstops here.
God.
But, like, the flash for heal, initially, if you just look at that part of it, you're like, well, that's not a good trade. But you look at what they got from the tempo. It's pretty insane. As that's a clone. Duckdom is going to come down here and claim...
He missed the whole wave.
He's going to come down here and claim he's going to return and get.
He got an experience. I think he got an experience.
Yeah, just +1 experience point.
Yeah, just not the plural. A little bit unfortunate.
So it's crazy because he was delayed so many times. He felt like I've got to get back to lane, and then he delayed himself.
And then the lane was gone.
And now it's, I mean, a lot of it's gone as well in this next wave, as I'm sure Taeyun is holding it here. Okay, well, it's still early days.
Yeah, and like we said, scaling bottom lane. It's looking not great at this point in time, but anything could happen.
By the way, I love this exhaust for Taeyun. It is 100% a get away from me. I've got flash, I've got shift, and you guys have a lot of melee champions trying to kill me, so I'm going to keep you away.
Into Ambessa Silas feels very, very nice.
It's a really cool tech here that we very rarely see AD carries pick up. These days.
And Doctom is also really like window-based when it comes to like the Yunara, right? You want to trade around your Q timings and things like this. Like an exhaust timed correctly can really work in all ends. So I think it's a very cute move.
Did Closer just flash an Emperor's Divide that Vikla hasn't skilled yet? Or was he more afraid of the Trundle?
I think he might have been afraid of being pillared in.
Yeah.
Without a abduct abscond.
It just looked really funny because the way Vikla dashed in there made it look like he had Emperor's Divide. And Closer was just not having any part of that.
The good old level 5 Emperor's Divide.
Yeah.
The better Azirs get it early.
He does have it now.
And this is actually one of the things that you like doing as Silas, is like trying to get an experience advantage and then having your enemies ultimate before they do.
Yeah, but you can't.
It's not going to work out this time.
Can't do it in this game, unfortunately.
All right, Dr. Diamond Life still looking a little worse for wear, but at least they're able to head towards the minions. Raptor going to move in, and this is kind of Xin worst nightmare. It's also Raptor's worst nightmare, as he's just kind of zoned himself with his own pillar. But that will make sure that his bottom lane is safe and make sure that the enemy bottom lane is unsafe.
Yeah, they are very unsafe. Man, this is not safe for work, to be honest. This bottom lane we were watching right now is a 20 CS deficit.
But Wolf, we're watching it and we're at work.
I know.
Oh, God. Well, this is also not looking very safe, as Raptor does get the Subjugate off to try and keep... Never mind, he doesn't have Subjugate. Exhaust! Keeps himself alive, as that is Taeyun going ballistic. Arcane Shift over the wall, able to pick up the Lulu, and now Vikla looking for an angle himself. That's a cute little Mystic Shot there from Taeyun, and we'll be able to secure the next one to grab the kill onto Pyosik. First Blood did still go over to the DN Supers, but they managed to get a couple back in exchange.
This is a disaster for the DN Supers. You could talk about how the comp doesn't necessarily look like it has a whole lot of synergy.
Why did Raptor get health back? I was wondering, is there a King's Tribute that comes out from somewhere?
Maybe his Q just land in a weird way? I don't know.
Fun.
Anyway, Pyosik flashes for that. He almost gets out with the exhaust, it felt like, but he'd already flashed, so it didn't matter too much. But Taeyun doesn't need exhaust to clean up the rest of this fight, as the Silas is pushed away. The Yunara doesn't do damage, and he gets the final kill there. And, you know, we said if they get a huge lead, it doesn't matter. They're getting a huge lead. And so it matters for DNS, who are trying to win this game so desperately.
It also really matters for Wadid, because this means that Nico Ezreal will win.
That's
and
true.
I imagine that will hurt his feelings a lot. So we're sorry about that.
Yeah, right now Wadid is the guy with the whiteboard trying to figure out how DNS come back in this game.
Yeah.
And especially through killing Taeyun, who has flash and exhaust.
And you know that in the middle of the whiteboard there is bold letters that say, Ezreal Nico is useless. How do we use that to our advantage?
Yeah, maybe in the middle of the board has like the longest loss streak they were on screenshotted.
Yeah.
Life is like trying to get the minions because Duckdom can't, and he can't do that either.
Oh, he just walks up and steals it?
Duckdom, I don't know if you're allowed to be anywhere on the map right now.
Oh, God. True Shot Barrage is going to be avoided entirely, but he gets snared. And now Taeyun able to lock down the Yunara. Kellen's also able to get out, as Pyosik desperately wanting to chase after them, but the pillar comes down. And now Vikla's going to swoop in, and there's even Mystic Shots raining in. Pyosik and Life now trying to keep themselves alive, but it's a shooting gallery. Emperor's Divide picks up both. And, oh, God, BNK Fearex, I think, may have in that moment kind of won the game. And Closer is also dead.
I don't think I have ever
Taeyun's
seen...
dead as well, but he gets executed!
Atlas, I don't know if I've ever seen a bottom lane be this starved ever. Like, he is sub 40 CS here, and he just can't get back to lane. And this root, I mean, he had flash. He just, it's not having his best day. I think definitely feeling the pressure of everything that's going on right now on this team. Now, I'm not talking about this individual game. I'm talking about the loss streak, right? The changing supports constantly. Must feel a little bit helpless, but again, you know, you got to flash those, I guess. But if you flash, you live to then not get more wave. You know, it's a disaster. And then Closer is trying to salvage this play, and it's, I don't even know, man.
Arcane shifted under the turret. Oh, that was a little dumb, but that's okay. And Life is dead again. Oh dear.
This is kind of unreal. This game.
Any books you've enjoyed recently? Dr. Arm is dead again, ladies and gentlemen. I'd prefer not to talk about it. There is absolutely nothing he can do. And that is going to be his second death of the game. It is 2.2 thousand gold the lead. Double the CS there for Taeun.
I did just read Yellowface. I thought it was pretty good. Didn't know what I was getting into. It was quite fun.
Oh, I've never heard of that one. I'm not in the book club, though. Probably should start.
Check it out, RF Kwong. It's a good one.
All right.
Yeah, they just got split here. And they were just like, look at where the minion wave is. Doctor, I'm just trying to eat, man. He's just out here. He just wants to get anything. Please, like, I want any money.
He didn't even get the wood.
Minions. I just need, like, please. He's begging. Please, someone PayPal me 2 gold. Like, just 2 gold. I mean, please. He's on the corner of that turret. Look at him on the mini map. He's on the corner of that turret with his mug out. Please.
And no one's giving it to him, and so he's just gonna have to teleport.
Look at the minion wave. Like, he cannot actually. Like, he shouldn't even be here. Like, they should be swapping Vayne here or something.
He's got less money than
Atlas. Look at his role quest difference as well. Like,
oh God, we haven't seen a difference like that in a very long time. Because he's been zoned out of the entire lane.
If he actually ends up like, I mean, when Taeun finishes his and he keeps getting denied like his role quest, the lead will even balloon further because you get more gold when your role quest completes as a bottom laner. He's coming up here now to try to
gank a Vayne.
Yeah.
And it's because he cannot be in the bottom lane, right? Like it's actually. This is a move that they have to make. Maybe they're making it a little bit too late, to be honest, but it is still an absolute disaster as Taeun. He's going to finish his quest, and so now the gold lead moves to 3.1k, but look at where, like, he's still got a third of the way to go, and now Taeun is making bank every single time. Going to be taking down plates on this inner turret. This is nowhere near even like we have in the same realm of an even trade.
We've commentated so many games where like in the peak of
public execution comes down. Pop Blossom holds on to a whole lot of them as Clear just accidentally kills Doctorm. That is going to be a turret falling on the bottom side as Life is going to get murdered by the turret as well. Empress Divide will get flashed there by Dudu, but Clear is doing his best to try and kite this one out. Needed another Silver Bolts. Dudu is going to survive, and Closer is on the board.
I mean, these are some professional players, okay, to keep it together in this one. My God.
Yeah, the inhibitor turret is taking damage from minions. Let's have a look at this one again, Wolf. Take them through it.
Doctorm barely got hit by that, by the way. It almost looked like a wonky hitbox, but the turret's ramping, and he picks up the aggro somehow. And then Pyosik and Life also still have turret aggro. Vikla almost, if Dudu doesn't, if he gets hit by that, like, he dies and Clear lives.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like I was saying, we have seen games. I mean, look at we never see an 80 carry get Flame Horizon. We barely ever even see Flame Horizons. But we're talking about Flame Horizon maybe like before 20 minutes if this continues. But what I was gonna say is back in the Guma carry double marksman heyday, we saw a lot of lanes lose to them, and we were like, okay, the bottom lane has been removed from the game. This is really, actually, literally removed from the game.
Oh God, the double snare from Kellen is beautiful. As True Shot Barrage snipe, Taeun, they didn't need that. That didn't need to happen. Oh, God.
Well, I think people will be speaking a bit differently about the trade after this series.
Yeah, and I think they already were after the KRX versus Nongshim series. This is only going to make the people who were saying the thing even more excited.
This is a
Shellacking and a half.
Yeah.
We need an extra shellacking word.
Like, the rest of the game is kind of, sort of, almost playable, right? Like, it's only the AD carry that's this massively 4,000 gold behind, but there are extra layers to that, right? You know, now you're trying to swap your lanes around. You're barely. I mean, look at his role quest. He's still not done with it yet.
Yeah.
Closer doesn't have his either. Like, you're just trying to patch the hole everywhere else, so the rest of your map is starting to fade as well. Like, the only lead they really were close to having, they still have this top lead, but the mid lane, they also had a small advantage there with Closer picking up that second kill, but that's gone now as well as Vikla's ruling the side lane. And Taeyun is just like trying to kill all the turrets.
No! We didn't need this! We didn't need this!
Stop bullying him!
Oh my gosh, yeah, more than double his gold.
CS per minute 6.3.
Yeah. The damage is also a very sad number. Which you could expect, because this went absolutely disastrously wrong. There is a Crescent Guard from Pyoshik to try and keep himself alive as Vikla is going to get out of there. Raptor is going in there, though, and so is Closer, actually. Looking for the backline, finds the Pop Blossom onto 3. The DN Supers wipe out 2 already, as now it has to be Taeyun by himself. And Clear is actually going to join him there as well, but I think this Ezreal has to try and figure it out. Does manage to take down Pyoshik.
He might figure it out.
Life is going to die as well, and never mind, he is going to figure it out. Picks up a double, and then just opts out.
That play kind of reminded me of Diablo in the beginning of his time on this team on Ezreal. Except, I mean, this is a great play from Taeyun, but it is also an Ezreal that is not supposed to have this much money. Like, it was not balanced around having this much money this quickly. As the Ezreal is chasing the Sylas, Closer is like, let me use the Azir to get the hell out of here. As he does end up with a nice Pop Blossom that was stolen there. And then Taeyun is just like, you can't get me. You can't get me. I'm over the wall.
It was 3 for 2, though, in the end, as we have a look at this one.
Honestly,
from his perspective.
Great play here by DNS Red Buff to block some of these shots here.
Yeah.
As Taeyun might have been able to get even more.
He might have been able to get a red buff, but he didn't actually. Just shows how much he was hitting the players and not the buff. So nicely done. Didn't actually block all that much, I guess.
Yeah, not really. But he was very patient and waited for his opportunities to not just blindly cue the buff as... Okay,
Okay, 6.4k gold advantage. 16 minutes.
Duckdom got a kill.
Bounties. Comeback mechanics.
He is not likely to be Flame Horizoned as an AD carry in this game. His role quest is almost done. It's almost done.
And so the gold lead might not be so massive. Okay, never mind. Dudu is looking for an angle here onto Vikla. He shifts the sands. That's a beautiful escape. But Pyoshik will be able to get on top of him. There's the 3 Talon strike to take down the Azir. DNS finding a little bit of an angle back here as the Subjugate is going to get stolen, but Raptor is still able to wander out of there.
It looked like a bit of a disjoint. Oh, Taeyun.
Yeah, Doctor is just going to have to leave. No ulti anymore.
As the turrets fall away, it's hard to deny CS, except by killing the champion. Taeyun's trying to make it work. Duckdom didn't have to flash there. They get a turret, which is a bounty.
Taeyun. Wandering on in here, does have Kellen alongside him.
It would be the funniest thing ever if you're a DNS fan. If Taeyun took this lead, was so fed, and then just kind of started showboating and then gave away a shutdown and then died a second time, and then Duckdom
I mean,
was
honestly,
like, I'm back.
If Duckdom kills him, it could be a big deal.
I
was just thinking about it, I'm like, it wouldn't half the gold lead because he's so far ahead.
Okay, well, I mean, I was being a bit like, I was trying to build cup half full.
Oh, right.
Half gold lead.
Can we go like 2/3?
Yeah, I mean, he could cut it by like 25%.
Cut it by a third, yeah. 25%.
25 to 35, we'll give him about that much.
Yeah, it's a big amount of money. As Pop Blossom, he's going to land onto Life, who is dead. Bye-bye.
That was good play-by-play by you. You assessed that very well.
Yep. It was super enthusiastic, and that's just how you do it, Wolf.
I don't want to analyze the fact that, like, I don't want to analyze what happens from here on out in this game for DNS, but because there just really isn't great play, there isn't great options. They were able to find some topside stuff, right, get Vikla there, but it is otherwise kind of a doomed game unless they miraculously catch Taeyun, who I mentioned many times has exhaust.
Taeyun's keyboard could not work anymore.
Yeah, but I think we got to kind of take a step back and look at what happened in the lane. As maybe we shouldn't do it right now because we are going to have a bit of a scuffle up here as Duckdom's layering in some poke, you could say.
Well, Duckdom takes half of his health bar from a true shot barrage.
Hey, see, you said half there. That wasn't half. That was like 1/3. See, sometimes you're a little bit, sometimes you get a little bit embellishing.
I should really let you exaggerate more.
Yeah, just let me.
I shouldn't have said that.
Come on, I'm trying. Duckers is my guy.
He is elite. We know that he's elite.
He is.
He's just not performing very well
now.
in this game. Yeah, exactly. Closer is looking to try and grab some more bounty gold. B&K FureX are looking to destroy his Nexus. And I don't know whether they're going to be doing it right here. The Baron hasn't even spawned yet. There's still a minute for that one to come up, and we are sieging inner turrets.
You know, sometimes when the game goes like this, we do the LCK podcast, and we do kind of the funny, try to make a lighthearted situation out of a really tragic situation. This game is so tragic after game 1 as well that, like, I feel like I'm almost just being insensitive if we start to make jokes. We just kind of have to, like, watch the car crash and feel pain and then champion Taeyun because he's great because he's the new member here and he's popping off 2 games in a row.
I think that's definitely what we need to focus on is the fact that B&K FureX are certainly looking a lot better, which is good to see. And sometimes just a little bit of a change-up when you are in a slump, especially when this is a team that was representing the LCK at first stand, and then all of a sudden they are unable to pick up wins against almost anyone here in the LCK. It's a good sign as Closer gonna have to dash and chain and everything in order to get himself out of here. He's able to help out with the red buff.
It takes this big of a lead for one individual player for me to forget there's a Vayne in this game. I'm like, oh yeah, there's a Vayne in this game.
There's 2 actually right now.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Well, cosplay. Is that what did?
Might be. That's Kim Vayne. That's a different one.
I like how Pyoshik is just like trying to make sure there's no wards here and standing there, and he's like, they can't see me, and I know this, and Taeyun just hits him anyway. Our Baron is on the table here, pretty early one. Kellen gonna give it away though because they missed clearing this ward.
Is getting a lot of value.
But I mean, it just means DNS are gonna hide more, so. It means they know Baron isn't being taken, so they get to avoid the fight for a little bit longer, which is a good thing, and they're going to clear some of this vision out. They still have vision of Taeyun. Yeah. Maybe this is the moment he gets caught? This is the moment? Maybe? No.
No, not this time.
Not with Flash, Exhaust, and E.
Okay, Taeyun not going to get ulted. Does the walk out of the way strategy. I think DNS need to make plays like that, though. Go for the opportunistic angles.
I mean,
if they kill Taeyun, they do get rid of basically all of the money.
Yeah, it's not a Lucian that, you know, if Pyoshik goes in or Dudu hits that, he just like looks at you and kills you. It'll take a little bit of time, so you may be able to burst him down through the exhaust and etc. But you need your teammates to all be there. Everyone has to be on the same page, and you got to hit those. Obviously, very difficult to hit the mobile Ezreal, which is why he's being picked by so many teams right now into picks like the Jarvan, because he can get out of the Cataclysm. This is a little bit more.
Fiend Hunter bolts are done. Duckdom has 2 items. There you go. That's more than 1.
He's doubled his items. Literally.
Heck yeah. There we go.
I mean, not literally because he had a Doran's Blade, but you know what I mean. He's doubled his non-starter items.
Yeah. Ooh, Kellen. Just getting vision. And the DN Supers haven't really been able to enter their own jungle for a very long time.
Pyoshik just keeps trying. Like he's trying. Yeah. This bush is his home, and they won't even give him that.
You can't go there. Shooting things at his house.
Yeah.
Not very nice
at all.
Look
at this lack of... Look at the mini-map and tell me, like, DNS can make a choice.
Yeah.
Like, just tell me there's a choice for them to make that makes sense. There isn't. They can do nothing. Ugh, this is so tragic. Duckdom is just pushing mid. He's like, I'll take a bounty if anything.
Oh, Pyoshik's going to get in there. Steals the Baron as Kellen will find a Pop Blossom here onto Closer. They do manage to take down the Xin Zhao, but if DNS can get out with only losing 1, they are very happy with this outcome. As Clear procs the final hour, but isn't actually able to find anything, and that game of hide and seek for Duckdom is going to pay off.
Yeah, he gets his empowered recall off. Got 2 plates as well.
This is step 1.
Step 2?
This is not part of step 2. Unless he's buying time. Didn't buy that much time. Chomp. There it is.
Okay, well they are going to get the dragon, which is what he was afraid of, which is why he was in this area, or I guess. But
they didn't get the Baron.
They didn't get the Baron. They are going to get the dragon only, which is just soul points. Not even a soul. Not even a soul. Just the soul point, which is like a theoretical advantage. Pyoshik does have flash. And Wind becomes lightning, and he gets in there. And he says, get the hell out of here.
Yep.
a little bit more politely, but
he just said back.
Yeah. So they got 2 plates for Duckdom. Bounties are gone, by the way, which is
feels a bit
bounty
unfair.
system is like it's still a little bit sus, but like, seriously, like every time I'm confused. But Closer is going to TP over, and maybe they catch a Vayne. Clear has no friends, no teammates.
Yeah, possible angle here, and the public execution is going to land. Clear does find a condemn, but no stun, and is able to get a little bit of a flash off here. It's kind of cute play as the chain lash not going to connect, and he just took too long. Clear is able to get the revenge, and now Pyroshik could be in trouble. Finds another ulti that is also going to find another grave, and he'll be taken down. If they had blown up the Vayne, it would have worked,
so
but
close.
Clear like bought so much time.
Yeah, he just outspaced them.
Oh, wait, why would we stop the back? Well, Slurkle comes in, Dudu does get that shield, so he'll be all right. Yeah, still looking for more here, though, as Raptor wants to try and find an angle.
They have a push in all 3 lanes against the Baron holding team. Clear is just freely pushing this bottom lane, and Vikla's going to get this crystalline overgrowth. This is going to pop. It feels like B&K have the Baron, in fact, with the kills they pick up on that attempted kill on the Vayne.
Oh, if at first you don't succeed, teleport again as Duckdom needs to walk away. They did see the teleport coming through as Dudu looking for that angle. Doesn't have his ulti quite yet, but we'll
need a few more seconds.
Soon, 8 seconds. Closer finds another Pop Blossom here, but it's not really doing too much. True Shot Barrage was weird, but
Dudu's got this angle still. He's spotted, though.
Oh, man. B&K FureX are still playing very, very well defensively against a few of these Hail Marys that are being thrown at them.
I mean, they're really just giving DNS no vision, no opportunity. I mean, even the one opportunity they found, they're like, well, there's no vision there, and Dudu's missing. Let's check it with the blue trinket. Okay, identified it, plays around it, be safe. Clear here, this was a little bit greedy, the position he was in, but he also didn't know that there was a deep ward that Closer could teleport to. And even still, he just kites it out. And the husk of the turret, he plays around really well there, uses his ult, goes in Viz, and then Kellen comes over here because Kellen is just, he loves supporting people. Even when he's on an engaged champion. He's always going to peel for his carries, even if they're an 80 carry in the top lane. And he ends up winning that for them. They get the push. They do not open up any of these inhibitors just yet, but they have done pretty critical damage to the turrets, you could say, as Taeun basically gets a plate for an empowered auto there.
Yeah, Clear is also now in a little bit of danger.
Just show his
execution. They're going to catch him once again. He's going to try and use that stealth in order to be okay, but it's not going to be okay. They will trade the Vayne for an inhibitor turret and an inhibitor, though. So maybe they're not too upset about losing Clear in that side lane.
And trying to get Vayne, but trading down twice, you would argue.
And there's also 2 minutes on both the Baron and the Drake, and Clear is going to be up in 35 seconds.
And they already had so much push in mid, but with the super minions, they can find it elsewhere, I think is what you were alluding to. And Duckdom needs a lot of setup here in order for him to be able to shine in a team fight. But as we've seen, if Taeun is CC'd, I mean, Duckdom has the burst, they have the Silas, right? There are a lot of different ways to kill him if he makes a mistake, right? And I think that's what DNS have to pray for. And, I mean, when you look at some of these item breaking points, I mean, he just hit his 3rd item. The Silas has an arm guard, which in itself is an incredibly powerful item, even though he's, you know, going to eventually find himself behind an item over Vikla. It's really just this Ezreal that's the problem. And it's a problem that, because of Ezreal's kit, is incredibly difficult to solve. But, I don't know, we've seen crazier things, right? We have seen
the thing is
some big mistakes from Ezreal's in game states like this. Not quite like this. No game's ever been quite like this.
Yeah. And I find myself going back to the draft and how good I felt about DNS coming out of that and how that has changed.
Yeah.
And it's what can happen if your bottom lane just colossally falls apart. And a 6,000 gold lead individually, that would be a very large lead at 27 minutes for a team.
It wasn't even a Pantheon or a Xin that was bullying the bottom, you know, lane with the advantage that they had. It was a Trundle. And Trundle can be quite oppressive and annoying, but you know, he doesn't have point-and-click CC to just kill you. He was just kind of like lurking around while they pushed waves in over and over and over again. And Duckdom of Life just kind of repeatedly made mistakes. And then they made more mistakes after they were behind. And then And for that point, even though they played fine later on, it was just too much of a deficit to actually even play perfect and get something back. As they do Baron on spawn because they have that mid push. They have Kellen and Taeyun just holding the line. The Ezreal is blocking them from coming over.
Oh, True Shot Barrage onto just Dudu. As DNS are looking, they could at least deny a dragon, which is what they're pinging
Bounty
onto
gold.
right now. They will be able to get over there. The Baron is going to be secured, but that does mean, like you were saying, some bounty gold from the Drake. They get one singular Mountain Drake.
They also get the push in mid for a little while, which is quite difficult to hold on to.
All right, there's a teleport in.
Yeah, but it's too late.
Yeah, it's an interesting maneuver.
Looks like they're just pinging to try to get to get this inhibitor and try to end with this wave. But they can't stop any back, so I don't think that's going to happen. But the wave clear here is pretty abysmal for DNS.
They're still going to be able to get here. Like you were saying, yeah, it's a lot of melee champions, so it is hard to kill those creeps, especially with Baron. As all right, Closer discovered on a ward.
He found Pulbay's grave back there.
Oh dear, True Shot Barrage connects onto Doctom. I feel like they're magnetized towards this Yunara.
He's coming back, Closer's coming back. He knows he needs to be here to defend it. This Nexus is gone.
Still actually looking for it. Does find a point-blank hijack, which is a weird move. Taeyun able to get himself out of the way of the public execution, as there is Closer going in, but that Pop Blossom's better, as Kellen says that he's the original. Now Dudu goes down as it's a double kill for clear, and Taeyun's popping off as well. A couple of double kills for both of the 80 carries, and they will let Closer leave, because they're more concerned about taking down this Nexus. BNK FearX, an absolute demolition of the DN Supers, and a great re-debut this season of Taeyun, now wearing a different jersey.
I think we've contextualized enough the strength of opponent here and how this match was one they were expected to win with whatever roster they threw out, whether it's Daystar or Vikla or whether it was Diablo in the bottom lane. But the way they dismantled it, the way there were no issues, they did not look like they were still struggling to adjust in the bottom 2v2 where they found their domination. Was, I think, the part that was impressive the most. And when you look at how many games Life has played with Doctom this year, it's only been 8 professionally and only 1 this season. So they weren't even really coming in with that much of a synergy advantage, with Doctom playing with 3 different supports this year.
Yeah.
And I want to give credit where it's due here to BNK, but this is a great start, and maybe this is an indicator of great things to come, because this team was an LCK Cup finalist in Hong Kong. They were a team that toppled so many big teams on their way there, and Taeyun's doing his classic.
Yeah, but also like it doesn't matter which team I'm on. I actually think that was a pretty cool celebration. This is Sunday, right? Do we have enough time to get it in there?
Probably.
Best celebration of the week.
I think they can lock it in. We've seen crazier than that.
That's true.
And I want to feel like both teams will win with this trade in the end, even though Nongshim had a bad start. BNK had a great start. I don't think that necessarily means we should all default to assuming that they won the trade, but after maybe 2 to 3 more best of 3s, we'll definitely have a much closer idea.
And
also, in terms of results, it's definitely BNK favorites so far.
Absolutely. I want to know when the Nongshim BNK matchup is going to be. I could have a look at the calendar, or I could just let it remain a surprise, because that one will be a lot of fun with the drama added on top of it.
I don't have the calendar today for some reason.
I believe I do, but I genuinely just do not want to know.
Well, let's keep it a secret then.
I think this is the round 1 calendar. Yeah, I've only got the round 1 calendar.
Weird.
Oh no, here we go.
Oh, you found it. All right.
Yeah, you can have a look.
All right. Well,
wait, I'll cover my ears. You tell everyone at home when it is.
It is match 68, which probably doesn't mean anything to Atlas right now, but it is going to be in 2 weeks' time on the 16th. So there'll be a little bit more synergy built up between these two teams before then.
Okay, I have to admit that I told a lie. I did listen. That's my birthday.
Well,
that's really cool. I get a cool matchup on my birthday?
I hope you're casting.
I don't think I am. I think I've got a day off, but I will be watching.
Well, sounds like you got a birthday gift.
That is a whole lot of fun.
And everyone knew you were lying because you're wearing a headset. You can't cover your ears while you're wearing it.
I could have taken it off.
But then you would have heard me.
Now then I could have taken it off and then covered my ears. Or I could have just pulled the plug out.
Yeah, you should have just unplugged it, because then it would have blocked the audio. Anyway, we'll watch these final moments here. This game did feel like a foregone conclusion from like minute 8.
Yeah,
but
8 is generous, I think.
it did. I mean, you could see on the players' faces that they had their fun earlier, and now they're pretty done with it, pretty ready to move on.
Yeah, this was not the big pop-off celebration at the end. It felt a little bit like that had happened much earlier on. As Taeyun does about a bajillion damage. I came up with a new
DNS didn't do any damage because they could not touch the enemy champions, as Taeyun kept them at length the entire time by just poking them away.
I'm actually quite surprised that we made it to 30 minutes in this game. I think the steal from Pyoshik was largely what kept them in it for that little bit of extra time. Ultimately not really amounting to too much, is the most obvious POM that we've had in quite some time.
And even if,
pick it up.
Even if you were like, okay, I expect he's still wearing the Nongshim jersey in this one, we got to get him a new pick. But even if you are like, okay, well, Kellen carried, got him ahead.
Honestly,
there's the narrative vote, okay? The narrative vote was always going to win it for him.
That was the only Taeyun picture that they had, by the way, so that's the only option
I assume
that was available. As this guy, yeah, welcome Taeyun, and he does get the POM like he was asking for. Really gorgeously done. I do want to champion the potential Kellen vote, just because Kellen played a really good Melio game earlier on, and showing that he is able to transition to playing with a brand new AD carry immediately is very, very cool. So there's one Kellen vote.
I know where it's from.
I know where it's from as well. I imagine you guys at home also know exactly where it is. But we can see Taeyun making his way out, making up for the lack of jersey in the POM photo. He has now got all of the merch possible and given some to Heji as well.
Yeah, she's got the cape of BNK.
Yeah, the being cape.
Oh, clever.
I could almost have thrown to the interview off the back of that, but unfortunately we're not quite ready to go there just yet, so I wasn't quite able to do that.
Taeyun needed to get all the props ready.
Yeah, they're probably juggling them right now. We just can't quite see it, but I think that we're almost ready, and now it is time to head over to the interview with Taeyun.
Thank you very much, guys. This is here for the POM interview translation, joined by Taeyun on the side of BNK FearX, who just ended their long losing streak. Congratulations. Thank you. Taeyun, what a precious victory with your new teammates, and you even got a POM. You look great in your new uniform. How do you feel? You know, I have never worn yellow in my life. This is my first time. You know, I only had 2 days to practice and sync up with my fellow players at BFX, and, you know, it feels great that we're able to win. Yeah, you're actually pulling off your uniform pretty well. How are you getting used to your new team? Yeah, everyone is so nice. I was with Clear as well. Honestly, they're so nice that I feel like if I scammed that, they would actually just go ahead and fall from my scam. You know, that's just how great and pure my teammates are. Well, I know that, you know, everyone, given that everyone is a pro gamer, I feel like we're definitely having great discussions about the game, and I think I was able to share a lot of things that I have learned from Nongshim. There are a lot of things that they didn't know about. You know, giving a lot of tips here. And in game 1, after seeing the enemy pick Jarvan, you guys went with Lucian and Melio. So how important was a bot matchup against DN Supers? You know, I feel like with my teammates being so laid back and so supportive, they just really supported my Lucian pick, and I think they're all really following up, and you know, especially Kellen, he was able to support me so well. And in game 2, the first phase of the draft went normally, but in the second phase, the enemy went with the Silas and Ambessa picks. And FearX actually last picked Vayne, so what was the discussion going on like? You know, Closer actually really likes to play melee and gap closure champions. So I think we had somewhat predicted that he would play something like that. And for Vayne, you know, Clear actually really wanted to go ahead and play it. And I think in the end, our coaching staff actually supported him with the pick as well. So we ended up picking Vayne. And actually, for game 2, your Ezreal Nico was actually on a long losing streak. So it looks like you guys broke that losing streak today. Yeah, I think Ezreal Nico is really strong during the laning phase, but just one mistake can actually snowball the wrong way. And so I think we were trying to get the edge from the early phase. And at just 11 minutes, you guys were able to push through the inner turret. So did you expect it to be so strong? Yeah, I think it really depends on the enemy's timing and their turn as well. But I think everything went really well today. And even with our jungle Trundle, I think it's really fast for us to push towers. So I think in the end, we just did the best that we can. And Kellen did an amazing job as a support today. And he did everything Emilio can do in game 1. Are you happy with the bot duo synergy right now? Yeah, even from the scrims, I've been really happy. There are just so many comps that we have not been able to practice yet or try. So I think this is the phase where we'll have to take it step by step and then sync up. So any message over to Kellen? You know, let's do this together. I hope that you only use Mikhail's and save it only for me. And your next opponent is Hanjin Brion, who actually just defeated KT today. So what is your mindset? You know, Hanjin Brion, they have a high potential and they are very resilient. So I know that we have to be thoroughly prepared. And I know that it's going to also affect the EWC. So I think we just have to prepare even more and try to reach the best ceiling that we can reach. And your mother is on site. You know, she's sending you a lot of support on site and also on social media. So any message to your mother? Yeah, I'm really grateful that she's here. She always posts pictures of me on Instagram, but she's not very good at taking good pictures of me. You know, I'm sure it's just for memories. And next time, I hope that I get a good picture. That was it from Taeyun. Please give it up for Taeyun once again and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. And there you have it, BNK Fearx with the 2-0. As even Wolf was mentioning during the cast that can't even make jokes about that one. It was just too much of a dominant victory, too much of a tragic event for DNS. And unfortunately, they're going to go down, but it's a good turn of events here for BNK Fearx at least.
I think a lot of people were wondering how the debut would go and how things would run, losing out on Diablo, which had been a core piece of BNK Fearx, and it looks like things are going better. You know, the addition of Taeyun seemingly fitting the roster very well, and at least for now, the team looking very good and riding the ship a bit because they had been struggling prior to the trade that come through.
And top of that, it's a big W. It's because Taeyun just played so well, just individually. Like, there was a step that there was a back and forth a lot of time, like before the game kind of decided, I would say. Like, he was one player that the key member just carrying the team and carrying the fight. I think that's actually means a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Taeyun had a great day today. I think that even the votes for Clear are pretty nice, was considering him myself, even though, of course, I don't get a vote. Wolf saying the BFX, BNK Fearx jersey looks good on you, Taeyun. And, you know, he said he has never worn yellow before, but he did look pretty good out there.
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't have the picture in the jersey for the POM image. Mine was a spectacular debut. where did they find this hidden gem? You know, I didn't.
Who's this guy?
I didn't see Taeyun playing in challenges before this.
Where was he?
Where was he? Where did they find him? Where did they summon him from? Having a proper performance in both of these games.
Yeah, I mean, this view, honestly, it wasn't really great for BNK3RX. They already, the team members actually has down, but it doesn't really matter. These actually play could have been big chance. It's like could have been last chance, but Taeyun said no, because you're not getting the chance at all.
So the trading card does get used successfully there, and we'll see if he can continue to have success. Obviously, a lot of votes for Taeyun here, but to be honest, you know, I think he needs a harder test, right? Here up against DNS, he did look good, but at the same time, there will be more difficult teams in the future as Taemom.
That's so cute.
Showing her support.
With the yellow phone case as well.
Oh, Tosh.
That's so sweet.
She got that changed very quickly. That's really impressive, actually. As we do have some more. As Clear used the Vayne coupon today. His Vayne was good. You know, I don't think it was quite what Taeyun was able to do on the Ezreal, but Clear also had a great game on the Gnar. Top laner 101. He attack, but also he also protect.
Classic.
He does. That's a good one from Prince. Yeah. A true steed doesn't depend on its rider.
Oh, yeah. Talking a bit about how obviously, you know, we saw Jabal pop off a lot of times on BNK3RX, and now Taeyun coming in immediately has a great series. Kellen, maybe the AD carry whisperer, just able to elevate them immediately.
So, I mean, the laning phases from him are actually just boosting him a lot. I probably got big confidence if I made a carry with Kellen, you know, it's easy.
Yeah, so this vote for Taeyun makes sense, but I do like the little shout-outs that we had for Clear and Kellen as well. But now it is time for the best ceremony of the week. Well, just in 1 second, actually. Not quite time. You know, I was so ready. I was so hyped.
You know what?
For it. I'm like,
by time, do your own submission for the best ceremony. Quickly.
I mean, there's only one choice, right?
Oh.
It's Win Wadid and Huni.
No. You have to do your own ceremony now. Make one up.
Lovely.
That was beautiful. That was lovely. That was like the one Teddy did earlier.
Can we get one? Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. I like the moves.
Okay,
right,
your turn.
Now it's your turn. Oh, powerful.
Okay, intimidating.
Powerful Huni.
It's me. I've been doing this like 10. I was doing this like 10 years, so
yeah,
it's an easy one.
Huni has a lot of experience with that one. As now that you've seen our amazing ceremonies, you will have to vote for some other ceremonies here in the best ceremony of the week. And we did have some pretty good ones, starting off with Zeus. The Wink Winks. Could work on his form a little bit. Bromer. Good old Bromer. It's like a shampoo commercial.
Maybe Head and Shoulders.
It's like the
tiger one.
A
lot
but
of
it's like a
fans
little bit
enjoy
cute.
that one. Yeah.
Guma's had better ones, but this one obviously wins.
Aura farming.
It's too strong.
This was just hard competition. You know, this one just, I think in most weeks this is a guaranteed slam dunk.
Yeah, like in other weeks, I feel like Guma's kind of weak one would win, you know? This one, even from casting, would win in some weeks, but you're going up against you, Cal, so, you know, it's not easy. It's not easy. Here's Taeyun. Says, hey.
Ooh, that's kind of strong, too. Not gonna lie.
I like this one, too.
Yep.
It's got a lot of attitude.
Yeah.
And this one was my favorite.
We're all farming just like you, Cal, as there's only one person here on the global desk that has the foresight, but more importantly...
What's Huni doing back there? I don't know.
Oh, I'm lying.
Ah, I see. I was really impressed by Degon's mechanics, able to, like, you know, he's going like this, and yet you can kind of still hear his voice really clearly the whole time. That's pretty difficult to do with hand mics.
Yeah, that was impressive. His predictions today weren't impressive, but, you know, he gets some points for that.
I would vote for Huni.
Are you kidding, brother? Or are you rowing? You know? Oh, okay.
Right.
Maybe
Mixing flour, maybe?
Yeah.
In a bakery?
All right, guys, let's take a look at the standings now that we do have BNK Fear-X with another win under their belt. They will join Bro at 3-7 and also QMDRX at 3-7. So all the teams that were 2-7 get a win.
Yeah, things haven't drastically changed on the eastern side of the standings other than DNS slipping further down and Nongshim, you're losing ground. You know, you're in that sort of nebulous middle ground, no man's land. Now you're actually losing that, and Bro, BNK Fear-X, and QMDRX are catching up on you. And we also see Genji starting to slightly pull away from T1 and D+ for the time being, and KT losing their lead a little bit. That loss to Bro, definitely going to hit them hard.
Yeah, I mean, this week wasn't huge. Like, as what you guys see, like, HLE got the first place, and KT has gotten a little bit lower. The roller coaster is working well. He's too fast. It's downhill.
Yeah, I really feel like that's the biggest story of this week is that KT were undefeated, and then they came into week 5, and all of a sudden, you know, going up against the Titans of HLE, and of course the Titan that is Bro, they were not able to step to them. As next week, Saturday Showdown will be KT up against BNK Fear-X, and as of right now, I'm probably still going to predict KT, but I don't know if they're going to win.
I'm not going to lie, this Saturday Showdown, like last week, this Saturday Showdown would have been an absolute wash, but based on what happened this week, you know, as you said, I still think it's KT favored, but, you know, it's...
Can see the possible.
It's possible. And also, KT against D+, that could be a D+ win. So I think KT on a 2-loss streak right now need to get things together. I think looking at as well, T1 D+, also a big series, so some exciting matches there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a fun week next week. Make sure you are joining us there once again here at the LCK. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week. Have a good night.
Free skies align, I'm drawn. Every wall is a sign I've won. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.